to eat, drink, and be merry. Take people by the horn. I keep seeing visions of you and Lily in the dawn. Everything else a little far away to me. It's getting harder to recognize the tracks. Too much information about nothing, too much educated brain. It's just like you told me, it's just like you said it would be. Now the moon's going up like wildfire, I can feel the breath of the storm. There's something I've got to deny, you go inside, stay warm. Someone's got hold of my heart. Someone's got hold of my heart. Someone's got hold of my heart. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Got hold of my heart. I just got back from the city, sitting on red skies. Everybody thinks we're the stars, and there's plenty of spies. Every street is crooked, it just winds around until it disappears. Oh, butterfly, you love me still, like an ancient river, so wide and so deep. She said, easy, baby, nothing worth stealing here. You're the one I've been waiting for. You're the one that I desire. But first you must realize I'm never ending high. 'Cause someone's got hold of my heart. Someone's got hold of my heart. Someone's got hold of my heart. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Got hold of my heart. Yeah, yeah. I can see that I'm right sail on the bandstand groove. Boys in love, red roses for the radio episode. Why the feeling together, they die as well, powder blue. I've been to Babylon, and I got to confess, I can still hear that voice crying in the wilderness. What looks large from a distance, close up is never that big. I never learned to drink that brown and hold it wide. I never learned to look on your face and hold it fine. 'Cause someone's got hold of my heart. Someone's got hold of my heart. Someone's got hold of my heart. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Got hold of my heart. Yeah, yeah. Someone's got hold of my heart. Someone's got hold of my heart. Someone's got hold of my heart. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Got hold of my heart. for we share the room, and we work hard for the car. And getting them late on a Sunday, we never get to mine. It's a long, long way from there to here. It's a long, long way from there to here. Oh, it's a long, long way, it gets further by the day. It's a long, long way from there to here. When Friday evening comes around, Terry's only willing to fight. I would like to let her hold, but I'm willing to write. Oh, it's a long, long way from there to here. It's a long, long way from there to here. Oh, it's a long, long way, it gets further by the day. It's a long, long way from there to here. The only time I'm feeling right is when I'm to drinking. Jesus, oh, the pain of it remains out my thinking. Oh, it's a long, long way from there to here. It's a long, long way from there to here. Oh, it's a long, long way, it gets further by the day. It's a long, long way from there to here. It almost breaks my heart when I think of Josephine. I told her I'd be coming back with pockets filled with green. Oh, it's a long, long way from there to here. It's a long, long way from there to here. Oh, it's a long, long way, that's further by the day. It's a long, long way from there to here. I dreamed I heard a piper play, maybe it's an ocean. I dreamed I saw white horses on the outer ocean. Oh, it's a long, long way from there to here. It's a long, long way from there to here. Oh, it's a long, long way, that's further by the day. It's a long, long way from there to here. give thee all I can no more, though poor thee I'll free thee. My heart and lips are all the store that I can give to thee. A lute whose gentle song reveals a soul of love full, and better for a heart that feels much more than lute can tell. Though love and song may fail, alas, to keep life's clouds away, at least we'll make them lighter paths, circle them if they stray. And even if care at moments flings discord, our lives have been strange. Oh, let love but gently touch the strings, will be sweet again. Oh, let love but gently touch the strings, will be sweet again. Greetings, friends. How you doing? How you doing? Back again for some more. Well, "'Twill All Be Sweet Again." The guitar sounds sweet enough as well, I have to say. It's been getting a bit of watering as I walk in and around. I'm getting back to walking in and around. So I hope the rest of the music was sweet enough as well. And yeah, let me say, good to see you, whoever you is or are. And yeah, started in the usual way, three Swift songs, the one usual third song, which is a consistent part now for years, I guess. But the other two, definitely played them before, as with everything, but not in a while. It's tight connection to the heart, but it's also called "Someone's Got a Hold of My Heart." And it's all very interesting. I think everything ultimately for a reason. All of these different clues for us placed along our pathway. I think no matter where your interest area lies, you will find clues, because generally the characters that you are being influenced by are put in place. I'm talking about the upper levels especially. And if you're not put in place, you maybe make your way up to get to play a part in the greater theater, the greater scripting that all this is. As I'm saying that, I realized this during the week, right? As I'm saying that, I have a page. I just have a random Google page, but a different Google page rather than me looking at myself on either YouTube or StreamYard, which I don't mind doing as well, but just a distraction. But I have the page up with Albert Stark. And Albert Stark is the main protagonist in the film A Million Ways to Die in the West. And he goes into it, he was once a lonely farmer, but after losing his girlfriend and meeting, etc., family, George Stark, father, and Elsie Stark. That's fucking unbelievable now. Stark, all the Starks about Tony Stark, the Stark family in Game of Thrones. Everything is a reference to Aristarchus. But the Albert aspect. So this is Seth MacFarlane, the actor. So this is a movie that he played, I think 2014. That's just the page I have up. So that's why I'll read it, because I forget about it otherwise, probably. But yeah, 2014, in this movie, A Million Ways to Die in the West. And that's the character name that chose Albert Stark. And Albert Einstein, anyone knows Albert Einstein, he left his wife and he pissed off with his cousin, who was called Elsa Einstein. So we have Albert and Elsa. So Einstein, one stone, one st one first, right? First, either way you look at it. But yeah, his wife Elsa, who's his cousin, is a big butch man in drag. It's clearly the case, and Albert himself, or the character that we associate with Albert, because the older Albert is certainly not the same as the younger Albert. So go find the real Albert, and you might have luck on your path there, finding his brain as well, but not so much luck because apparently it was cut into 240 different pieces. The man whose brain weighed more. No, actually, I'm not going to say. I'm saying weighed more in terms of value. The man of the century, the man of history, I guess, in a sense, as the story goes. But yeah, his brain weighed more in true value than anyone else's brain. How would you analyzing that? A core quality, I guess. That's the question. And look, once we get to this level, it's all theater. Albert Einstein's just a character on the stage. I was actually thinking about the Economist magazine cover. I should put it up again. Uh, just talk about it myself because I never took too much note of the stage the whole thing is set on. You can be sure the stage is flat and all the world's a stage. I mean, that cover connects so much, you wouldn't believe it. All the world's a stage, a quote from William Shakespeare. And well, once we get to this point, I think we have to start think in terms of just this one overall hand writing the greater script, whatever that is, as it pertains to our reality as it is unfolding at an accelerated rate, I should think. Know thyself. Maybe that's where it all begins and ends. That's the whole purpose of all of this. So we're going to know ourselves, and the great consolation when we think about it, to understand that I'm greater than the material. We're all greater than the material. So whatever it is we find ourselves in the midst of, maybe we have, and maybe the quest from the outset to come to terms with that, to find out the greater truths externally and ultimately internally. And there is an intimate connection there. It's absolutely an intimate connection. And just even based on the first song, tight connection to the heart and earth, earth and earth, anagrammatical. Year of TH, see what else you can make of that. We're told that the moon came into being, possible explanation as the story goes. As the clue goes, it's all a clue, but a body called Thear, Thear, which is just another anagram of Earth, crashed into an early forming Earth, I think, or maybe it was fully formed beforehand, but suddenly everything changed when you had this crash, and well, the moon itself was birthed out of that crash, and Thear rearranged, and which is pretty much actually was Thear the thing that crashed now, or was it Thear was Earth in its prior state? One or the other, anyway. It doesn't matter. But we understand the anagrammatical EA or TH, and ether is also in there when you think about the A and the E connected. So what's in a word? Everything is in the word sometimes. How do we else come to understand? How do we else come to read the clues? So if the clues are already written and laid down before us, which we fully accept, well then, this page I have up, Albert Stark, A Million Ways to Die in the West. He's not named Albert Stark for no reason. When we think about what I say about Seth MacFarlane, I'm still sticking to it. I haven't delved overly deep into it. Just happy enough. About 90%, which is good enough. It's good enough for me. And all the different clues then from just the greater scripted nature of the characters' lives themselves. Seth MacFarlane being the perfect man. Every man, the woman would love to bring home to her mother. Just an all-rounder, sort of a Will Smith type of character. Everything he's presented as, it's in a sort of a pristine, classy sort of manner, And well, I say that's the slippery goods. Seth MacFarlane playing the role always of Elon Musk. Yeah, I'm happy enough that is the case. Very sophisticated, effort gone into the deception, but Yeah, I do hold that we were always meant to see through, that Will Smith played the role of Barack Obama. Absolutely certain of that. I was definitely meant to see through Obama playing the role of Osama, but it was made too obvious, and even the Will Smith is too obvious as well. I guess the bigger question is who Will Smith is. Will I am Smith, and Freemasonry. Maybe delve into my thoughts on that just off the cuff, but not quite yet anyway. Um, yeah. So Seth MacFarlane playing the role of Elon Musk. Elon Musk is all about Starlink, right? Mars is in the news. Mars is Aristarchus. I'll tell you, Aristarchus is in the news in more ways than you believe. The Oxford AstraZeneca panacea now, the cure-all vaccine. You still have to wear your mask just in case, right? It doesn't work too well, but well, that's the latest now that everyone's queuing up for it, and well, Aristarchus is in there. Astra, all the stars are one star, Aristarchus, and well, Dodo is also in there in the form of Oxford, where Oxford they find the one of the only intact skeletals and rebuilds of the dodo bird. I also mentioned Tom York from Radiohead, who we've been talking about a lot. Well, I wouldn't say a lot. Don't even know much about them. Shit researcher here. Don't even know much. Don't care to know too much about them beyond a certain point. But yeah, Oxford, Dodo, Radiohead are from Oxford, and well, the lead singer Tom York is nicknamed Dodo and Salamander, which I probably should have remembered to say the last time when the Economist 2015 cover was up, because that features somewhat. I did mention the pin at the top, preceding Alice towards us at the page, so it takes greater predominance. Well, collapsed barrier, right? Everything we experience under a sort of collapsed state, and that's what we have to come to terms with. And that's what's been transmitted, I guess, to all of the art that's presented to us. To all of the art that's presented to us, and it is all art. Everything. Anyway, yeah, that makes sense. Elon Musk with the Starlink, I said Aristarchus, being paired frequencies. I mean, the sky is green. You can see it tonight outside. I'm just used to it. I walked into town today, and it was pissing down. I just took off my hat. I only had the hat on to keep my ears warm, but when it started raining, I took off my hat and I covered the top of the guitar. And maybe the rain is doing the guitar well as well, because the guitar shop where you get strings is closed, and I haven't changed the strings in ages because I don't have a few, you know, one or two of each string, but not too many. Some of them I having one string, but it's lasting out. So maybe the rain itself is doing some good for the wood itself, and of course the wood is well a living aspect. We are trees. I'm thinking about the word tree. TH is telling us right. TH, which is the S tone. The S tone is TH. Because we can go upwards or downwards. We can like the holy and then Father, Son, whole E. So two separate aspects, spirit brought up together. So we go upwards or downwards. When we take the H man, we bring the pillars together and we raise the crossbar. Then you get the T, so that's the TH, the S tone. And it sounds pretty simple, but I think you have to come away from so much. You know what I mean? And you have to realize or recognize the divided aspects within our own being, within our own body, both, I was going to say, ethereal and ethereal, which is a very something for me to consider more. What's the relationship between the soul and the spirit? And we're told that in the Gospel of Thomas, not the Gospel of Thomas, more specifically, I think the Gospel, Secret Book of James. So it's not a gospel as such, but it's more of a gospel, I should think, than any, as much as the rest of them anyway, and even more so considering certain clues. But yeah, no one else is sort of. I don't have anyone to go to when I talk about this sort of stuff, even though I know that yeah, it's written this way, so I'm just piecing clues together. But yeah, that's amazing. Albert Stark, Tony Stark is Iron Man, which is FE Man, which is Flat Earth Man. So at the heart of Tony Stark has his heart issues. At the heart of Flat Earth is Aristarchus. We live on the best way I can picture it: the tree stump, the cut surface of the divided tree of life, intact the other side. To get to the other side, if that was the quest. But I think the other side is coming to us now. Eden is coming to us. So that repair is all over. And well, as I say, for me, it's manifesting. I can look at the sky tonight, and Sirius is right outside as well. Um, so I can look at it, and I can see the green hue. What does that mean exactly? I've been talking about doing a video on the green flash. Once again, it's like, yeah, what's the point? The truth is known, and it would kill all of, well, as usual, it would kill all of mainstream science immediately in their explanations regarding spin ball Earth. But in terms of what it might actually be and what is actually happening, well, I haven't heard anybody explain it the way I've explained it, and I haven't done it in video form. I've done it just maybe talking. I think it was on Ranty's show, just talking about what's happening, and it's pretty simple what's happening. But the more important aspect is the green light itself, and what does that represent? Is this a true light? You know, when we get the false light, the diminished light. I think this is important as well. The visible light is, in a sense, the false light. Because remember, we are in a broken system and everything is not as it should be. I was thinking about a bird today flying. I mean, if we are the creation, children of God, the very least we get is wings. Because imagine freedom. So maybe we do have wings, right? But right now we're going through, yeah, a red bullless phase. What do you reckon? A red bullless phase. So we got no wings. Um, but that's another interesting little note for myself, which is, yeah, Seth MacFarlane, Albert Stark, um, Elon Musk, Starlink. I'm sure you'll find a connection between Iron Man and, well, there's already a connection science fiction wise between Seth MacFarlane and, um, I say, the greater picture, the preparation that was put into him and the character that he plays into preparing us, into deceiving us, I guess, being more convincing about the deception. There had to be groundwork laid, but ultimately to reveal the truth as well. Was his series called Orville? So look up Orville if you haven't heard about that, and Seth MacFarlane in a science fiction series. So preparing us for his role. You see, I think the greater us, right? See immediately. That's fucking Seth MacFarlane in a mask there playing the role of bumbling. I think I haven't even listened to the guy. He's boring as fuck. He plays a very bumbling, sort of generalized character. He didn't get too specific on anything. He never says anything too profound, which he should be doing if he's who they say he is. But I never even delved too much further into that. Um, but I say all of this stuff is waiting to be revealed. I haven't looked into the perseverance stuff. I've seen it advertised and lots of people talking about it as well, apparently. And Mars has started this. But I haven't looked into fakery. How easy would it be to fake? Or I probably should do for the purposes of sort of decoding. There's always different layers of fakery. So if you see fakery immediately, like the ISS fakery, well, of course, we're always going to see that. And the deeper layers, maybe the truth is ultimately encoded within the deeper layers once we make our way, yeah, beyond the superficial. And of course, that's what the baller antagonists do in general. They don't want to make you, they don't want to allow you to progress beyond the very first superficial layer. Your official story man or be damned, you know. And of course, that layering contest, because you know, in general, in this arena, you're not talking to silly people. Everyone's capable of entertaining a thought, and especially when there's controversy involved. But these smart people give their game away by being so objectionable to mere simple questions. I learned that a long time ago. So that tells you straight away they're playing a part, a collective part, and let you know what you're up against. Someone. What do they ultimately know? You tell me. You tell me. The more I go on, the more I'm convinced the ultimate truth of our reality. All the basic questions are easily answered. What's the wonder of it all is, you know, what lies beyond, what a greater existence entails, and coming away from, let's say, definitiveness, time and space dependent definitiveness. Yeah, well, now you're into the realms of but the ethereal, the eternal, the outside of um, traditional bounds, even religious bounds, it seems, if we listen closely to the secret book of James, which again I might play, I'd be prone to playing, but yeah. Second song, Long, Long Way from Clare to Here. It's not. It's only 26 miles. 13 and 13. To Be or Not to Be. But yeah, I hope they came across okay as well. And the last song, My Heart and Live. I started off with the intention of singing it like the minstrels sing it. If you type in My Heart and Lute on YouTube, you'll get a sort of a quartet, an age-old quartet singing it, and really exaggerated. Yeah, it's okay. I'll maybe try it some other time, a bit more adventurous. So yeah, I hope it all came across okay. Yeah, let me show you the page I was just talking about. Um, now that I look at the word, now that I look at the word, it reminds me of Ben Elton and a book of his called Stark as well, which turned out to be a star or reference to a star arc. And they were, you know, they were escaping Earth, which was doomed to some catastrophe, some imminent, ultimately avoidable catastrophe, but maybe not. But yeah, ultimately it revolved around the secret star arc where all of the insiders, booked their place. But that's Ben Elton. I read that actually in York, I think. Yeah, that's where I was thinking about York earlier on. Let me show you the page here. Just for reference. And what do you think of the idea? Anyone in chat? Dank, how you doing? You're the first name I read here. Is it Randall Cochran? Randall Cochran, Randall Cochran. How you doing, Randall? Squeeze Mark, running in medicinal. How you doing? That's about it. Yeah. Let me not get too diverted there. But what do you think of the idea in general? If you never heard it, Seth MacFarlane, Elon Musk. Elon Musk, Seth MacFarlane. It's just one guy, my lifelong actor, playing the role, and we were presented and prepared like with Obama and Will Smith. We were presented with the character and prepared, softened up with all of the influential roles that these prominent stars, right, Hollywood stars, Stark. So he's a Hollywood star, which is Seth MacFarlane, and well, there he is. Hang on. Well, there he is, named Stark in what is it, 2014 movie. Interesting. But what do you think if the mere suggestion? Yeah, so that's what I mentioned. We were softened up with the Fresh Prince of Bel Air with Will Smith, and yeah, once again, all of these many roles. That's very interesting. So many interesting things to talk about. But in relation to that, when Obama became president, Will Smith was in a movie called Hancock. And the subtitle, the prepared title for the movie was Tonight He Comes. Honestly, you can't make this stuff up. Can't make this stuff. Look it up. Look it up. Tonight He Comes. That was the title we were going to go with, and then at the last minute they changed it to Hancock. And if you know anything about Hancock, you can't say it. You can't say it without sniggering somewhat. But if you know anything about Hancock the movie, well, yeah, very interesting offer. It's kind of the anti-hero in a sense, but the anti-hero with a twist in the tail at the end. It's been a while since I saw it, but yeah, twist at the end. But very interesting timing there, and that's the year, of course, Obama came into being. He came into his own, certainly, anyway. No one ever heard of him. I remember I was delighted. And anything but Bush. But now I see fucking hell. Now I see it's all theater. It's all Bush, Obama, Trump. It doesn't matter who it is. They're just the roles that they're put into, probably born for, or at least crafted early doors anyway. But yeah, they'll all be played out. It's as scripted as the next episode of, I don't know, your favorite soap opera as it comes on tomorrow. It's as scripted out as that, and the actors and all of the different scenes are just as played out as a Hamlet play. Like, it is at these upper levels. What can the individual do with that realization? Realize it, first of all. As I say, we were always meant to figure out. I'll say a few things. I'd say a few things I'm certain of. We were always meant to figure out Richard Madoff Bernie Madoff, sorry, and Richard Dreyfuss were one and the same. They left us clues as well. Richard Dreyfuss played the role of Bernie Madoff in an ABC 2014 miniseries, right? But the real joke, the real twist again is that, well, he played the role of the original Bernie Madoff who didn't exist, a man who didn't exist, and all of the woes of 2008 and the fall beyond, uh, blamed on him in one way or another. And the name itself, what's in the name? It didn't affect me really, but I knew it was on madness from an early doors. From early doors. When I think about Corona now, I think about it in a sense. Remember before pre 2008 Earthwide, we were in a boom. Here it was in Ireland, the Celtic Tiger. And I was wondering, where is it? We didn't know what was going on. I was like in a daze because, on the one hand, there's a massive war going on, the war on terror. If you're following the news at all, it's like who knows where it's going to go or who knows where it's going to end up. And at the same time, you know, the scare was still there. The anthrax, the possibility that terror could come at any hands turn. And of course, my own mind was thinking, Jesus, I mean, if there was that much of a coordinated effort, all the furries are prime targets. I mean, how easy would it be to fucking put a load of explosives onto a furry? I think very difficult. Sorry, yeah, how difficult would it be? Not very difficult at all. So I was thinking all of this sort of stuff and getting involved and just going, what was going on? Because at the same time, then everyone's going around and plush cars, and people were getting 120% mortgages, and there was a seeming boom air to everything. I didn't detect it myself from the ground. It was miserable, to be honest. It was fake, but didn't know. You just go along, right? What do you do? Well, yeah. Then came 2008 and the massive collapse of, infrastructures earthwide. Now we see it's all planned. But my point here is that, well, before came the good and then we were hit with the bad. In these corona times, we're hit with the bad. No one will forget 2020. These sort of memes are gone out there for a reason. Because, well, I say it's the opposite, right? We're transposing, we're transforming to the great good. These are the transformative times, the corona times. Orona, the light of heaven. Orona, I was only saying this to someone today. Orona is the light of heaven. It is the light of heaven. And see it. Orona, see the light of heaven. Am I looking out at the light of heaven? Light of heaven when I see the green. Here I am in the Emerald Isle when I see the green. The heart chakra, right? Green color of the heart, the earth, green grass of home. When I see the green sky. Purple is also, yeah. My mother gave me a scarf there. It's a purple scarf. So again, we can go. But what does it all mean? What does it all mean to the vast majority? Who knows? Who knows? To one, who knows? Who can you speak for? What does it mean to you? If you want to jump in for a chat, you're more than welcome. I'll let you in. I'll let you in fairly quick, smart. I can give you an update on. I'm going to say progress in a sense in the ongoing case of the mysterious kidnapping of Pete Shea. And there's a lot of people tripping over themselves at the minute. I was in busking today, by the way, and I sang my Corolla as a hope song. What else am I going to do? It's Quiet Streets of Limerick. I never disturb anybody. It's not my way to disturb anybody. It's Quiet Streets of Limerick as well. That'll be the only thing I sing out the song. I don't be preaching from a pulpit, telling people what's what. Although I've been known to say things to people, I've been known to ask police, say things to, because it's my perfect right. I hold the corona, it's a hoax. And that's my right to hold it. It's my right to hold it. Who's going to take that away? Who's going to give it to me, first of all, the right? So I got to decide as well. But, yeah, I see evidence there. So corona will go down at the worst of times for many. But it's only because we're being reprogrammed in a sense, and we're getting to see things in a different light completely. And that green hue in the sky ties in with the rain. The rain is more bounteous. The rain is more sort of giving. The rain is more, not to repeat myself, but the rain is more imbued. The rain is fuller. And I think because everything is interconnected, ultimately everything connects to the one thing, which is the tree of life. Why wouldn't it connect to the tree of life? Give me a good reason why everything doesn't connect to the tree of life. It's especially well, it's beyond the material realm, right? But as a exemplification of materialhood, they have the tree, and this is why the tree of life is so prominently represented in so many different areas of inquiry. Secret inquiry, the Kabbalah tree of life, right? You have evolutionary tree of life. You have in the family tree of life. I mentioned the word ancestry, ancestry. So you have you have to mind the number of body parts associated with the tree parts, from our limbs to our veins to our roots to our, you keep going, you keep going. Where do the similarities end? Where does the expression, the translation end? And I say, well, it never ends. And ultimately, because we are greater than the material, that's important here. We are greater than the material. What our true natures entail. So we're finding out. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. We were sort of made unaware from the start, probably a clause, a condition. And well, we're coming back to truth. 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 So I mentioned at the start, 3 3. Look at the word itself. THREE. Right? And then tree. 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 So we have the TH and the T being equivocated with the word truth. TRUTH. So there's that equivocation again. The T and the TH. Trust is another good one. Remember I mentioned the ST. First, one stone. But I understand what I'm talking about here. I'm fundamentally talking to myself. I realize that. I'm talking to a good few people today. For the most part, I'm not going to say I was talking to myself. A few of them I was just talking to myself. But one of them scampered off. One of them scarpered off. And one of them actually a very nice person as well, Margaret. I was talking to her for a good while. She recorded me, telling my basic story a little bit. Not too much, because it's a long story. It's still in progress as well. But this is all I was doing, and I was carted away because I was singing songs on quiet streets of Limerick, not disturbing anybody. It's a different story in play. And well, how are they going to? Well, I'll tell you what happened in court in a bit, and there's no worries. Like it's the thing has been put off. The thing has been put off. But I'll tell you, I was the only man in court in the whole of the court building who didn't wear a mask. And I went in, I didn't wear a mask, and no one said anything to me. Not that they didn't say anything to me, but I think they probably the way it was paved. He's coming in today, and he wouldn't wear a mask during the week because he's been telling everyone Corona is a hoax. So if he doesn't wear a mask, just don't say anything. So I went in. I didn't wear a mask. The judge didn't say anything. She was the only one that wasn't wearing a mask as well, but she was behind the big screen at the top. It's madness. It's a massive building as well. The more I think about it in terms of the ship on the land, right? That's it. Have the jurisdiction, and then we jump in. We jump into the jurisdiction. They tell the judge the last time I didn't understand. I wasn't combative in any way, but I'll get into that in a bit. You would have been proud of me in a sense. It's not proud, it's not to be proud of, but I'm just like, the whole thing is a farce. And they're after tying themselves in the prosecution, if you want. They're after tying themselves in a little bit of a knot now as well. And but the whole structure itself, the whole pomp and circumstance associated with the building, and it's all masked phonies. The people, I can see how early doors you get in with ideals, you get in with sort of principles, but now there's no excuse. If you haven't heard of the legal name fraud as a young and upcoming advocate or solicitor, or maybe hopefully in time to be a judge, what the fuck, like? You have access to the same information, especially in the areas that you would mix. You have access to all this information, so you'd have to knowingly be participating within that fraud. And that's what they must be doing, at least at a certain level anyway. And it's such a load of fucking phonyism. It's so phony. In a sense, maybe that's what the masks are doing. There's pinpointing the phonies, in a sense. And even in a greater sense. As the whole charade is being I say reveal. It has to be. It has to be. I was in playing music today, and there was even cops were driving by, and two of them, one of them pointed to her mate and started laughing, probably not believing. There's the fucking King of Air out busking again. After all that stuff, which is ongoing, they wouldn't know what to make of me. They definitely all heard of me around here, and one more important still, they definitely all heard of Corona as a possible hoax, and you know, well, the Earth is flat, or the Earth. Well, more specifically, the Earth's surface we live on, stump Earth, is flat and stationary. But something does move, and that's part of Earth itself. See, this is the psyop in terms of flat Earth as well. We're still in a divided frame of mind. The sky has to be separate, polar opposites to the Earth. And everything is connected, and what connects all those things? Well, the tree of life, the core, where God resides, we're told. Following the initial creation crafting, God resided at the core of the tree of life. That's my reading anyway from the Apocalypse of St. Paul, another great revelation and a great series of interconnections. St. Paul, the only reason the book was published, first of all, again, it wasn't. Paul didn't exist. None of his characters existed. He gave it clues. Well, the reason the book existed, the Apocalypse of St. Paul, was because, not certain on this, but I think this is like, yeah, a certain friend, a certain loyal friend, servant of St. Paul, a wealthy friend, a well-to-do friend, but just loyalty and stuck by him through thin. He was visited by an angel who told him to dig up the basement, and he thought he'd brush it off as like just weird dreams, whatever. But the angel then came in and beat the shit out of him, and he definitely was inclined to. Maybe that isn't actually maybe not. That's in the home of Saint Paul anyway. This loyal servant, it's maybe that I'm too close to the bone. The loyal servant I'm talking about is Aristarchus. That's one of Paul from Tarsus. Paul from Tarsus is loyal servant. But yeah, that is from the Apocalypse of St. Paul. And I say that's the tree that's referenced there, the tree of life, which is Aristarchus, which is how it's written. How it's written. So yeah, that's the psyop, getting us to think in different terms regarding what's going on in the sky, the universe, the greater universe beyond, and the Earth. It's all part of the same system. Earth is everything, and its confines within. The best we can look at it is it. Well, I guess we have to look at everything in a metaphysical sense, but in a physical only sense, the best way you can do it is look. We live on the flat surface, and above and around us, up to a certain point, it's just waters beyond. Saline waters is the best bet. When there was, because we live in a collapse system, yeah, the tree is cut, the water is inundated, and this gives us the Earth's ocean. But yeah, that's a sort of physical sense. So who are we then in a metaphysical sense? Well, again, we'll stick to my conclusion. It's all a construct here. We've entered a hyper-realistic virtual reality experience. That's the best way you can probably put it. We outlive it. We survive before, we survive after, and yeah, that changes the game, doesn't it? Simon, how you doing? Simon Martin, how you doing, man? I was thinking about you. You'll be interested to hear what happened. Well, not much, but in a few other ways then as well. Yeah, didn't go along, and I did right. The way I'm doing this now, I think, is better because I'll get into that in a few minutes. But I was thinking about you, man, and I'll go back on all of the stuff that you had to say as well, and maybe I'll take that into the next whatever happens next. And it's such a peculiar case. It's almost as if they're embarrassed up there. I swear it is, as if they're embarrassed. And I think the word is getting around as well that he actually did nothing. And if they were to say I did something, it would be he sang a Corona as a hoax song, or he has the word about it, he's questioning the Corona. So, and they can say that officially. Now they're scrambling about. But yeah, I was just talking about the structure itself in Limerick, Simon, and these are all new structures as well. It's magnificent, and you have all of these massive Roman sort of reflection to it. But yeah, I was thinking more in terms of the ship at land, right? So it's the ship, it's this majestic ship, which is on dry land. But I think Delqua used to talk about a river. Is there any river nearby? I'm thinking. close enough. The Shannon, I mean, I guess you can get away within a certain distance, but yeah, if there's a river nearby, you can get away with just being birthed at the land or whatever the terminology is. So I'm looking at this magnificent ship. I wasn't too worried going in there, but you had all of these fucking characters going around. Some of the women, I don't know what stages they go through, but there's this certain, it's like a junior magistrate or something. That's the best way I could put it. They were all dolled up to the nines, beautiful women as well. But they had these what I describe as like cape like things, but they were incomplete. To me, they were almost like wings. And as they were walking around, just here and there with the masks on as well, it's like I was looking at a bird, a fine bird. I'm telling you, there's something else going on here. There's something else going on, and there's some. This is part of the transformation. I wonder what sort of legal process or lawful system would be in place under the new UN. So I started talking about that. This is where the empire's days are done now. This is why I think every in a nation on earth signed up for the United Nations. Pretty much every nation on earth, and because they've been led into it. And when I was thinking about the word unite, a unity, one first, right? United Nations. So it's a coming together of divisible the parts driven into division. If we think of the U and the N, right? I think of the U and the N. So yeah, is this what all this is about? This transformative process, where look, all of the truth has to come out, Simon. All of it has to come out. That's why we're sort of privy to this information. But I think that everything will be forgiven when we're made privy to the greater truths in play, which, well, or what, you tell me. You tell me, where is flat Earth? James, how you doing, James? Let me ask you that question. Where is flat Earth taking you? What is real? What, in terms of possibility? What does your existence now possibly entail? If all the truth was come out to come out, would we recognize it? Imagine all the stuff that we talk about. I've talked about consistently enough. All of the hoaxes. We were always meant to figure out anything obvious like this, right? But imagine everything, the legal name, the worst things, everything. Just and the truth came out about it. But then, along with that, the greater truths were revealed. Would we know any different? Would we just be going to potentially a different layer of sort of a cave within a cave, even though it doesn't look like a cave at all. You know what I mean? How would we know? How would we know? I think maybe in a sense, and that's where we have to go inwards. But that's the way I see it. That's as far as I can see the only way it can happen. Then we can move on. But if there's any dereliction at all, well, then we can't move on in truth. And I think too many people, after certain truths came out, would be too skeptical. You know what I mean? So they wouldn't be able, whoever they are, they wouldn't be able to get away with further deception unless there was a massive clearance or a massive, I don't know, exit stage left. What if it's all just we hop on board the space crafts because we graduated, we made it through the difficult times, and now on to back to life, back to reality. 88, Back to the Future. If you go back 88 years from the 1st of April 2021, you get the 1st of April 1933, which in a real way, and the script goes as well, can be described as the very start of the Second World War. Now, there's also real talk about the Second World War never actually ending. Well, does it end 88 years after, on April 1st, 2021? That's when the real new year begins. 20 times 21 is 420. April 1st is Dodo's Day. And, well, does it really end then, World War II? And now United Nations once again takes over. So very interesting. 3 days after the 1st of April, we have the 4th of April, which is 4-4, which is Easter Sunday. 4-4 and 4-4 is 8-8 as well. It applies to you. Everything applies to you. You, male from female, self from self. So they're divided twofold. Twofold? Wasn't twofold. That wasn't that Danger Mouse. Twofold. Dodo again. Dodo being pressed. Yeah, so Simon, look, listen. So let me do a brief. Let me just tell you, especially. Well, actually, I'll hang on because I'll tell the story. I didn't. I was the only man in the court who, in the whole courthouse, who I didn't wear a mask. I didn't wear a mask. My mother was mortified. She just didn't want to make didn't anything at all. It was sort of official, and fair enough. If everything worked as it said on the tin, everything would be more worthy of sort of respect. And in general, if you're in these places, right, you probably deserve some sort of punishment because you've committed some sort of crime. But as we know, nothing ever works as it says in the tin. And I'm going in there. I'm going in there as a complete radical, in a sense, free radical, and I could sense that as well. But once again, as far as I'll just go into it in a bit. So yeah, stick with us. But I really appreciate your comments, Simon. I went back on a few of them, and yeah, I know it all applies. I know. Yeah, this case is just particular as well. It's particular because I didn't even hear any charges against me. That's why she put it back. It's not even why she put it back. If I went in with what you were saying, I'm sure it would have just been dismissed outright. But I'm interested now to see where it's going to go from here, because we can't deny that we do. Well, there's a few things, a few stances, and I'd have to make them clear the next time. I did say that to the judge. I'll be making my, um, I'll be establishing my standing next time. I said a few things to her, but of course I will. But if I did establish my standing there and everything was thrown out, well, that's fair enough. But there's a very interesting thing that might ensue from all of this, like, because ultimately they know they had nothing on me, and now they have to finagle it and wrangle it around in terms of the charges to justify that there was no illegality in the first place. And if they were to admit to an illegality, which they put down as a public disorder, then they would have to admit to the truth, which is it's just probably about my stance on Corona. And then if it's all about one song, one man Corona song, well, that's the very, what do you call it? That's not the image that they want to put across, right? And I could go in a little bit deeper in terms of the sponsored. I said there's state-sponsored official um, um, renegades. They're the people who go around from town to town. As I said it before, I met them. I met some of them, and they're all fucking 1,000 yards there. I mean, I wasn't getting through to any of them in any sense. There was no serious engagement. And as soon as later I realized they're fucking method act. They're actors. They're going from town to town. They're the official sort of, what do you call it, opposition. And they're just demented. Just sick and tired of doing the same things, reading out the same things, going banners up the streets. And that's it. So any real questions, they won't answer for me. They took the microphone off me the minute I mentioned flat Earth. I mentioned Corona is, well, part of it, but there's greater deceptions in play. But they don't want to hear that because, well, they're under instruction. And I understand that. But yeah, free radicals like me singing a Corona song in the streets of Limerick, how are they going to deal with me in future? I've actually felt confident today that none of them are going to come near me as I play my music. As I play my music, because well, now they have no grounds, and now they know what sort of difficult customer I was, but not difficult in any way. I mean, justifiable. I haven't done anything, and they themselves will have to admit that they're public servants, so they serve the public, so the public have inherent rights, right of freedom. So we have really betrayed their card in a sense. But yeah, it was, well. There you go. They're all agents, and they're all. And I said it to a cop as well, who was part of it. I said from the whole encounter, all I met was mean spirited. I didn't put it like agents, but yeah, mean spirited, and they're all public servants to a greater or lesser degree, masked phonies. That's the way I put it, Simon. And I called that guy the same thing because he was one of them. Um, but yeah, agents is the best word. They have a job to do, and each step along the process um, is a legal necessity. So when even they step outside the bounds of the legalities, but then there's major infringements going on, and that's of course why they were so desperate to get the legal name out of me, and that's why I was happy to do it. Only Freda came along and fucking nearly broke the door down here. But my mother involved my mother. It's nothing to do with her. She nothing at all, and she thinks they were trying to help. My mother thinks like that. Fucking hell. he's on his computer and his drugs. He smokes weed, so it's cannabis computer fucked him up. He doesn't know what he's doing. So he thinks like the judge is full of compassion and the cops nearly breaking her door down to set off the alarm, which is an invasion. They must have stuck through the sliding door. They must have stuck a broom handle or something to shook the door so violently that it set off the alarm because it's activation triggered. And yeah, she thought that yeah, these are bastions of just the upkeepers of all that was truth and good. Okay, get you very few occasional bad apples, but for the most part, you know. And then, of course, in conjunction with that, I'm her mad son who talks about all manner of mad stuff. Will Smith is Barack Obama. The one thing she'll never let go is the Dolores O'Riordan faked her death. And she did, of course. No one knows how she died. Similar sort of tone to her death as Whitney Houston and, tragically, Whitney Houston's daughter, both of them's parents died the same way, which was in 3 inches of hot water in a bathtub. So, I mean, that can be fucking deadly, all right? You know, you never learn, you know, these things come at you in life. These come at you, never learn how to cope with these things on the spot. You know, because obviously, you know, you're not going to have a bath maybe once, twice in your lifetime. You're not going to understand the things anyway. And I think just to add insult to injury, Whitney Houston was described as being, well, popped up on cocaine. So anyone taking cocaine, you're going to be more careful than, what do you call it, less careful. And 3 inches of, okay, you might slip and bump your head, but you're not going to drown. No, it fed the bread. It's fucking stupid. Stupid. But again, it must be me as a stupid one. But my mother will never get over that sort of level. So anything I say after that, no way. You know. But yeah, let me have a cigarette. And I actually have a video I want to go through. Paul left a message and he posted the video. So I'll get through that. And maybe I haven't looked at it. But now especially very interesting. And it's got to do with the moon. And it's got to do with the reflection, moon, earth connection, reflection connection. That should be interesting, and especially considering I'm going to say, pretty unique position in regards to what's going on with the moon. All craters are one crater. You know, it appears to be a stupid thing to say. That's even a child would tell you that's not true. They can't all be the same thing. Well, all craters are one crater, but we're just not. But we don't know what we're looking at, first of all, and well, we haven't the eyes to see. Although flat Earth should have brought us a certain ways along that pathway. Mirror sky, waters beyond, but the best way I can think of making an analog, and I pointed this out, there's a bush over the neighbor's corrugated iron roof, and when the sun is shining, or when there's a light, the light is stationary, but when the sun is shining, it will cast a shadow on the roof, the bush, which is just stretched above it. So if all you had to go on was the shadow itself, you get a series of shadows depending on how often you took an image. You know, as the sun travels around, you get a series of shadows, right? And each one would be absolutely accurately representing the physicality there of the bush as it interferes between the sun's path and, well, its target ground beyond. That's where we get a shadow. But if all you ever knew was, first, there was no sun. If all it was presented was a series, a collage of all of these shadows as was cast by the sun, sometimes higher, sometimes longer, sometimes lower, sometimes more directly above. If all you was just a collage, a menagerie of all of these different shadows cast, and you didn't know what to associate with, you'd say that they were all different structures to some degree. When you introduce stuff like magnification as well, so you're very far, very near, this compounds matters. So unless you were privy to other information, it'd be very, very difficult to decode all of the different shadows as cast within that real setting that's presented. So that's what I say fundamentally is happening with the moon. We're moved away from heliocentric, we're moved away from the official story as we come to flat Earth, mirror sky, reflections. Well, all craters being, I could describe a kaleidoscopic reflection of one crater alone. I'll be bringing that into the video I'll show in a bit, and it should be interesting. Put the link in chat there if anyone wants to jump in. If you want to jump in, actually, if you have an interest in the moon, I'm talking about beyond, obviously beyond spinning ball Earth. Although that's loaded with clues as well. But if you have an interest in the moon, jump in and maybe we can discuss it. I'll put the link again. Otherwise, I'm just going to take it easy. I'll play a few more songs and I won't stretch it. I won't stretch out the hangout. I won't go for like 6 or 7 hours. It's limited in the amount of hours as well, and generally not worth it anyway for anyone listening. I'm doing it here. JJ, how you doing, JJ? Realm, how you doing, man? Yeah, inverse, not hollow concave, Earth apple. Tell us your. I've got. Could you jump on, man? There's the link. Jump on in a few minutes, man, and let's have a chat. I'll play a video. Actually, that would be a great little. If you wanted to, if you don't, it's okay as well. The video I'll play. I have my own thoughts leading up to what I'm going to be watching here and how these are influence what is presented. I have a vague idea what's going to be presented, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. And as I was just talking about the different shadows, and all the moon craters ultimately being one crater, I'm satisfied almost fully that is the case. And what is that? I can even go further and say what that crater is. It's Aristarchus, and Aristarchus is actually listed as the most mysterious crater on the moon. Now, coming to flat Earth, or away from spherical ball Earth anyway, which you must have come through. Yeah, where the sun and the moon are the same size. For me, reflection, direct reflection, one of the other. There's a few different factors involved which give us the different reflected emanations from the phases of the moon to, well, the different colors of the moon, if you want. But fundamentally, the sun and the moon are that interconnected. One is a direct reflection of the other, the sun being the primary, the moon being the secondary, the male, the female. Now, what is the sun a reflection of? Well, the sun is a reflection of Polaris. It's a primary reflection, like Mark Sargent talked about the not the Astrodome. Is it the Astrodome? Planetarium. Astrodome. The Astrodome says it all, doesn't it? The Astrodome. Aristarchus, right in the heart of the word Aristarchus, firing up from the center, hits with Polaris, and Polaris's primary reflection is the moon. And Polaris then is the rest of the night sky. Now, it's everything moves in unison over what seemingly is a flat and a stationary plane, surface. And I mentioned earlier on how the psyop in flat Earth is to separate, or first of all, not define Earth, just have it as flat, just an adjective defining something that needs more proper description, which is the noun itself, Earth. What do you mean when you use the term Earth? You know what I mean? You can't, unless you define Earth in more detail, you can't just use an adjective to give it meaning, because that doesn't work. So that's the psyop. Yeah, you said the area is too much. If it's a crater, it's not a crater. No, it's not. We live on the surface of the tree of life. We live on the stump surface of the tree of life. Go outside, cut a tree. We live on that stump surface as it juts above the invading waters. Crater itself, it is a reference to creator. So one crater, one creator. But that tree of life is, it's not crater Earth. No, it's not. Ultimately, well, look, if you're hearing this for the first time, I've maybe actually it's a good time. Actually, let me do one thing. That's what I came in. That's what I came in to do. Just share my screen and share screen, entire screen. That's what I just wanted to show you here. Look, Seth MacFarlane, Millimeters to Die, Albert Stark, and here's his wife Elsa Stark. It's just so interesting, man, and how everything connects. And as I say, the connection for me is, well, Seth MacFarlane is Elon Musk, and Elon Musk, but he's Star Man. He's Tesla Road Star. He's Starlink. Yeah. And here we have now Albert Stark. Albert Stark. Yeah. Connecting Albert Einstein and, well, you could say Tony Stark. All Starks go back to Aristarchus. Now, I've just recently heard as well that in the Game of Thrones, Winterfell is the household name of the Stark family. I was going, fuck off, Winterfell. That's what we celebrate at Christmas time with the birth of Christ, which is the birth of this divided state. So in the heart of winter, Winterfell. And I think they said the motto of the house was winter is coming. So absolutely, the divided tree of life. Um, yeah, um, this is what Jesus represents, the birthing of the Son of Man. So when it comes to what the Son actually is, if we understand it's from this divided state, right, it's a product of destruction. Well, then we can see it in a different light, and we can see why it is birthed in the heart of the winter. Funny enough, this time it's 100 days from 25th of December, Christmas Day, to which was the birth of the Son, to the 4th of the 4th, which is April 4th, which is the death and resurrection of the Son. Easter Sunday, Ishtar Sunday, I Star Sunday, R-I Star Chus Sunday. So is the timing everything? So it has to be. Back to the Future. But yeah, the name itself, Stark here, amazing. While I have the screen share up, I'm going to have a smoke, and I'll play what I was talking about there briefly, just for myself as well. But D-Realm, what do you make of this as well? There's a link in chat if you want to come in and chat about it later on. It's 8 minutes long, and it's the World Map Presentation Volume 2. Now, I'm a bit leery about this, if it's the same one that Ranty Flat Earth was promoting, because suddenly he took a great interest in what was happening in the moon after me telling him lots of stuff years ago what he should be doing, but he's P900, turning up towards the sky rather than repetitively doing the same thing, catching impossible images on a spinning ball Earth over a flat watery surface. So yeah, this was one of the videos he did present, but I'd be very interested in seeing how it gels with my point of view, because I say, well, yeah, just as indeed the layout of the Earth can be found on the moon, it wouldn't surprise me at all, but yeah, there's a more intimate connection. And yeah, once again, there is no ultimate separation between the sky and the Earth. It's all part of the same thing. And if there's a central unifying factor in everything, well, then this will be the driving force. And well, I said a driving force, as its name, as is listed, and as it goes, is Aristarchus. And yeah, we're looking at it, first of all, a reflection. And I think the guy who presents this, I'm not sure if it could be a different guy completely, I don't know. I'll tell you how much I know. But I think the guy who does present this is sort of part of a spinning ball Earth frame of mind. Do you know what I mean? So that's tainted from the outset. So whatever conclusions he comes to, if he's viewing this as direct solidity, a ball in space, well, then he's wrong. But the thing about the moon is it is a reflection of solidity. You see on the screen here, this little dot, and this little dot, and this bigger dot, and this bigger dot, and this more medium dot. If I was to say to you, they're exactly the same thing, you're just looking at them from a different perspective, you'd have a hard time believing it, wouldn't you? Well, all I'll say to you is as well, get your camera out and take an image of yourself from 3 different perspectives and put them down. And someone who didn't know you, how difficult might it be? How could you make it for them to identify you? You make it very difficult. At the end of the day, they would still be accurate representations of you from a particular perspective. So this is what I always encourage you to bear in mind. But remember, this is very significant. The moon is our nearest neighbor, and well, the moon is laden and loaded with clues. So on that note, let me go full screen here and see what has to be said. I'm gonna have a smoke at the window, and I'll be paying half attention to you because it's been here a while and I haven't actually ever got around to watching it. I'm not too bothered about it, but let's see anyway. And this is for educational purposes only. It's not monetized channel, and yeah, I'm sure anyone interested, we can have a little chat about it. By the way, let me just point out, here's Aristarchus here. Look, this is it here. And pretty much this is Crater Copernicus, this is Crater Tycho. Pretty much they're the same thing. This is the same as that. Copernicus is the same as Tycho, but just from a different perspective. I also remember that the sky, the barrier itself is contour. We're looking at a sort of reflective lens in a sense. So these are things to take into consideration. And let's see what this guy has to say. So 8 minutes 58, that should do it. Here it is. Just pause it there 1 second. I've made a mistake before about not pressing the share button. Just making sure it's on there. Oh no, that's good. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's good. But guys are wrong anyways. DESSERT. Dessert. It's is an interesting distinction actually. Why does one S mean one thing and the other S mean sort of the polar opposite? Because we've got the two S's, right? The is and the is combined. Desert and the dessert. Just desserts. North to Alaska, Greenland. Woohoo! Well, I'm looking out. A vague green tint to the sky, but more prominent than ever is Sirius right across the country. Staring in the eyes, sis. Atlantis. I saw Lemuria earlier on. There's Lemuria there, yeah. Where's that near? I wonder is that near Mauritius? I wonder is that near Mauritius to Lemuria? Well, see, you have the L and the A, right? Lemuria, Atlantis, the A and the L, the almighty. You think about the H in the center, Hyperborea, right? You think about the H in the center. We can bring the two pillars together to top oriented. We get the A, the apex. We can bring the two pillars together and drop the crossbar to get the L, the lower aspect. So Lemuria, the left side, the left-handed, the sinister side, the more material bound. And I guess this is what Lemuria and Atlantis are in a sense, isn't it? The offering up of the possibility of more material land. But what is land? There in the very word itself, L-A. It's not A-L though, it's L-A. That tells us that it's a broken system. It tells me it's a broken system. The L takes predominance. The material. I'll have to watch that again. Oh, look at that. I'm going to leave this on. Hang on a second. Let me just say, I'll have to watch that again. I'll have to watch that again. In a way, I'd have lots of interesting suggestions for maybe these people, these contributors, because first of all, I long since came to the conclusion or the mindset that, well, we're in a fractal reality. So everything, the one thing is expressing in all forms, as the sky, as the land itself, and even down to the layout of the land. Everything is expressing in a sort of a spiraling um, fashion, a pi in motion fashion, SPI, right? Fashion. So this manifests throughout, and yeah, I'm perfectly on board with that. The Earth itself is Aristarchus. We live on the back of Aristarchus, the tree of life. So as we look up at the sky, and I say that everything is Aristarchus, the sun is Aristarchus, Polaris is Aristarchus. What's in a name? I'm as constant as the northern star that shines unerring in the firmament. Well, Polaris Starkus, yeah. Anyway, look, what was that? What was that was about to come up there? Go back a little bit. The next suggestion. I was just going to let that play to see because it is waters behind it. It's the only conclusion we can come to. And I think the truth isn't made available for all. Hang on, I have to go to the next suggestions. I think the truth is made available for all. Otherwise, there's no point. So waters above. Let's see what this is. Again, this is for. Don't be copyright striking me for anything because you get nothing out of me. This is for the listener. And it's for myself as well. So let's see what this entails. Waters beyond. Oh, very interesting. So let me just say, maybe I have more to say on this. I have more to say on this generally than I would have on the other video specifically, because I have a lot to say specifically. I really would. I mean, my Milky Way on the Moon find, I killed all astrophysics. So we're dealing with a mirror sky, and intimately, what I call connected with the mirror sky is what the waters beyond. We have an energy barrier, permeable sort of energy barrier, which moves according to the movements of what's going on at the center, the core of the Earth, the core of the tree of life. Well, as it moves, well then, the reflections move, and reflections express the core itself. So, invisible energy barrier, waters beyond, creating a mirror sky with a certain contour and dimension, with a certain earthbound singular source to all skylights, which also generates the barrier. Remember, we're in a destroyed state. The tree is cut this side, collapsed barrier into an inner and outer barrier, however that might work. And the outer barrier we're under, pretty certain, is low at the north and south and highest at the equatorial areas in an oval-like path, a collapsed bubble. So, waters beyond, very specifically ingrained within my thinking, and well, more especially than the mirror sky. When you see that moon as it's showing there, as you get beyond a certain point, that moon turns into a tiny black dot. It seems massively far away, which is most counterintuitive. As you get closer to something, it should become more, and as you get away from any distortion as well, it should become more apparent. So yeah, something else going on, and let's see what the water. Well, it's not just waters above; it's water everywhere. We actually see because of water and the interaction between these unnatural light sources and the water in between. All its sort of, how would you call it? Its rarities. As you come close to ground level, it becomes more dense, intensified. And as I did say, let me just say again, stress it. The rain is imbued. That's all I can say about it. Just look at it. Wonderful. So I'm going to be taking advantage, and even if I'm completely wrong, I'm going to think that I'm not. So let me see what this has to continue on. Maybe this will be a more interesting point now. Watching this video. It's only 6 minutes, so let's watch this. like a little spermie, isn't it? Like a little spermie. I'm going to make it. I'm going to make my daddy proud. No, I'm going to be a proud daddy. I'm going to make it. Wow, I mean, I've never seen this footage now. I mean, I wonder where... That's something else, isn't it? That's something else. Oh, I don't know anything about that. That was just... Let me go back there. Like, that was just, what do you call it? The follow-on video from the main video I played, which I didn't sort of pay too much attention to be honest. But this one I paid a little bit more attention to. But it seems, on the face of it, genuine enough footage, and I'm sure there's information in the link here. Well, isn't that very interesting? The very first thing that came to my mind, what if they're right all along? What if there is... so yeah, let me just... Cheers for that. Let me post that in chat more before the other one, really. Because that changes everything. And if we understand that the other guy, as far as I'm aware, the other guy is talking about a solid body moon. And that's just not the case. It's not the case. So if we look at that rocket footage there, so it's that video, waters above, if we look at that rocket footage there, if if you can, if it's possible to get a certain point, and I hold that it's true. I talk about plunger Earth, or at least I've written it down, and I can see it being that. If you think about how a plunger works, where a vacuum is created at a certain level, and you just have the constant motion of the plunger, but the vacuum is maintained at the top. If it's possible to get beyond a certain amount of height, then there's no resistance. So whatever trajectory you set yourself, you can continue on that trajectory. Yeah, it's not going to be in that way. It's going to be around this way. Um, so I mean, now 17,500 miles per hour, is that possible? In terms of no resistance, sure, theoretically, what they're presenting to us in terms of all pretty much all space this footage is bunkum, as obviously is as well. Now, what the real situation is, what the real levels of technology, I'm clueless as to that. But yeah, what do you think of the idea of waters beyond? Let me read a few comments. And so the antipolar as well. Do you hold? Are you? What do you think of Aristarchus? Okay, said the sun. Well, the point is, right? Aristarchus was the first. He's the father of heliocentrism, um, the round, right? So he never existed. So he was chosen. The name itself was chosen specifically to represent something. These are all sort of how would you put it? If you're hearing this for the first time, it's all scripted out. It's a story. It's a narrative being told, and as we come to certain junctures along the narrative pathway, well, we gather clues, we gather information, understanding that the whole the whole scenario, the whole thing is pre-scripted, is key to all of this. So looking for clues. If you don't know there's clues that are to be found, well, where do you find yourself? I would ask. Do you think that you can bring something into existence, into truth that isn't already known? I don't think so. I think what you can do is add your own inimitable persona to it, but fundamentally it'll be crafting whatever you craft upon basic building blocks that are already in play. And as I say, coming to this sort of stage and state, yeah, to me that's beyond any shadow of a doubt that the whole thing is scripted out, and yeah, the pieces are just there waiting to be put together. Ultimately, who are you painting a picture for? Yourself, oneself. If you're happy where you're at, that's all that counts. At the end of the day, who are we going to present it to? If you're telling the absolute truth, who are you going to present it to? And what is the outcome you're hoping for? I guess you have to decide, well, not only you understand where you are, you have to understand the true history of the place you find yourself, and then come to terms with, well, who you are, the inquirer here in all of this. One player. So let's just read, because you're active in chat there. I don't generally go into chat too much because I waffle on enough, but you're definitely active. Let me put up a few comments then. Let me start from the bottom. That's easier. Okay, the waters. Okay, I can stop sharing. Stop sharing. You said the waters are above and antipolar. It's interesting. I mean, I think so as well, but in a different sense. The way my picture, we're on the cut surface of the tree of life. This side, the other side, the tree is intact. So we're in a sort of a bubble, collapsed at the top, an eyeballer. When I talk about a plunger Earth, when you think about Aristarchus at the center moving up and down, and it moves in three ways, right? In and out, round and round, and up and down, all in a continuous motion. And as we know, well, the lunar calendar is more accurate. Everything's been transferred to the sun, but the sun exemplifies the broken system that we're in. When we get see, I've been through all of this before. The best example I can give is if you think of the fiber optic trees of the 80s, the little lamp trees, right? So you get the fiber optic strands, you put them into a holder, they flop around, you turn on the light, and all of these lovely colors emanate from the bottom. Or get your shears out. So you can imagine in a dark room the emanating pattern, right? imagine the air around it, for instance, whatever, you can just see there's a certain emanation and a certain distribution to the core energy. So get your shears out, cut that, right, close enough to the base. So the energy source is still in play. The distribution system is all fucked up. What you notice, you go into a dark room, something very suspiciously like the sun or something, a circular, cross section being shown up and at an enclosed environment, right? So fundamentally, I say that's what's happening. And yeah, at the other side, the tree is intact. And I think we've just ventured in here. We've lost our wings. We've ventured in here for experience. Maybe we put our hands up. Maybe we queued up to have the experience, separating from self, from source, and see how we get on. How true do we get to remain to ourselves? Maybe. So that's the way I see it. That's the best way I can imagine it as well. And the same sort of story is told throughout. I can't, put across my own personal experience, my own personal thoughts and all of this. But the more I look around, the more the same story is told. And it's a fascinating story. And I mean, for me, I'm happy enough resting on this position according to the story of especially the non-existent dodo bird. This Earth is coming up on 423 years old in its current divided form. So for me, that means the tree was cut that number of years ago, and whatever was before that, timeless state. If it's all a construct here, well, then we've just entered into, that construct, that virtual reality, and anything that happens inside is sort of irrelevant to, in a sense, what happens outside of it. That's what I think. Um, so yeah, 423 years old, which is very significant as well. 423 is four two threes, 423s, 23, 23, and 23, 23 chromosome pairs. And I say this is the time for repair. As Aristarchus is increased in frequency, set for repair. Well, anyone else hear the idea that our heart has moved into the center? Or are they going to deny that we always thought it was at the left? Not just a little bit, not fractionally, but substantially enough. I felt my heart, and I couldn't feel my heart up here when I was in the prison cell after about 6 days of no food. I felt my heart down here though, right at my diaphragm, it's my stomach even. And there's nothing up here. Transfer of energy, I think, and I think that's the key as well to fasting. Where do you want to go with that, though? Where would you want to? The only thing about all of this is, I think if you make the leap, then you have to leave everything you think you have behind. Then everything, every single thing. Who knows where you end up? That's the question, isn't it? Who knows where you end up? But maybe we all end up in the same place. Maybe this is what Corona is ultimately all about. Maybe the time is up. As I said, 88 years. 88 Back to the Future, 1st of April 1933 to the beginning of World War II when the Nazis ordered the boycotting of all Jewish goods. So the Jews didn't exist, the historical Jews anyway. Jesus didn't exist in terms of the historical story, historical timeline. So a different story has been told. And it's the fallen star, ultimately, how it connects to all of us. It's the fallen tar. It's the fallen state. The bodily fluids have been severed, been cut off. Male from female and self from self. We're twisted around ourselves in a spiraling fashion. And that's the S. That's what the S represents. Think about it in terms of our own infrastructure. That's what I reckon. So the Jews, why are the Jews the big men and the money man and etc.? Well, this is the heart of the material. A question I wanted to ask as well. Let me phrase it properly. Male, so in male and female form, what's your best? I think, forgive me if we keep using this word again, but I think it sort of encompasses what I'm asking. Exemplification of materialism. So you have the material embodiment within a male and also within a female. I'm not even talking about the religious, you can Whore of Babylon and sort of thing, but what picture springs to your mind? So in female form and male form, the embodiment of, well, materialism and devilhood. Does the devil wear Prada? That's it's that hinting. I haven't seen the film, I don't think, but it's hinting that the devil is a female. But you know what I mean. What does that what what do you call it? Does it bring to mind? And that's what all of these are archetypes as well. They're all embodiments of this. I think of it, this the divided aspect. This is what the seven deadly sins are, and the seven graces. The seven, what do you call them? What's the opposing virtues? Sorry, the seven virtues. So yeah, seven is 14 is interesting, and 14. So seven coming together. 14 when the two come together, then the extra one. So male and female coming together, giving the child as well, which is 15. Radiohead had 15 steps. I think of 15 in those terms, but yeah, what's the embodiment of materialism in terms of male and female representation? How would you see it? It's interesting. Interesting question. If you met the devil, how would you know? You know, I'm going to ask the opposite question then. What's the embodiment of sainthood? Who was presented? There has to be Michael Jackson or something. Michael Jackson. All of the diehard Michael Jackson's fans knew he had a genuine love for children and not a dirty love, as was presented. But once again, another scripted out. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're black or white. He's interesting. He's monkey. He's chimps. Then there's Bubbles. Michael Jackson faked his death, of course, and returned as the five alive Dodo. Another connection to the Dodo bird, and a pretty major connection there as well. The prince. Why was he the prince of pop? Michael was the son. The king. Elvis was the king. Elvis lives. Let me sing a song. See, that's what happens. Default. I get stuck on one comment. And before I know it, then, yeah, Aristarchus, right, I'm going backwards, said the sun was at the center. So Aristarchus, the man, didn't exist. Aristarchus of Samos, we're told specifically, S-A-M-O-S. So S-O-S. So the two S's are divided. This is our divided state. So as we are divided, so the earth is divided, which takes precedent. We do. The heart does. The heart does. We do because we are of immaterial nature, at least in how we view material. I say that all material decayed form of the original crystalline tree. And yet we are immaterial of nature. We're greater than the tree. It's the tree of life. And within life, we have the lie of F. We have beginning with L as well. L associated with the material, our fall into the material. And within our fall into the material, then we have the fall of ourselves. All of the source energy draining downwards. Where does it culminate in the male? In the testicles. Where does it culminate in the female? In the breasts. So the truer, not the true form, I guess, because the truer form of us, the whole form of us, is, well, an embodiment of both, right, male and female aspects. And I think this is what's constantly been stressed. So yeah, we are greater than the material. So the material world, the earth realm, reflects our division, or symbiotic relationship, if you want to put it like that. But of course, yeah, we are greater spirit. We are greater spirit, and we're here for some reason. And yeah, a 423-year-old Earth, this April 1st, that changes everything. And well, it doesn't change. I'm just saying for myself, my own thinking in terms of these greater stories. Well, how far can I go back? And I sort of relinquish responsibility, or relinquish, I don't know, or rely, I guess, on faith or blind trust. Can't go back very far. And especially then when early doors came to realize it's a different story being told throughout the ages. And the story of the dodo connects the ages. If I say it's there from the very start, that's indeed what it represents. It represents the changing face of the land post destruction of the tree of life. So as we were to look down on the earth, this new earth, the tree is cut. Draw a picture of the stump as it juts above the invading waters. There you have it. As we go down, then we have an 8 mile. I say it's 8 mile either side. Right? So this is kind of the bed. This is the bed from which the trees grow from either side, if you want to call it growth. Feed, I guess, connect. And this side is cut, the other side then is intact, and it's thousands. Distance is nothing. Distance doesn't mean time and distance are completely different. If we think about what time and distance refer to here, it's within our enclosed universe, right? Time, everything relates to the passage of the sun. Once we can come to some sort of terms on what the sun is, and as I mentioned, the fiber optic tree being cut, this is the sun, the emanation, and we have the S again, signifying the divided state takes predominance, the S, and the S is the eight. So torn apart in a spiraling fashion. So that's yeah, that's what time and space relates to, and ultimately space itself, while waters beyond that suggestion, I'm sure you've heard and you agree with, waters on all sides. Um, I say we're on board lots of things in lots of different ways, but in terms of Australia, people in Australia being upset, although don't think so though. It's like again, I have myself on the stump. So people, if we all pointed vertically at the same time from our standing position, sitting position, doesn't matter. We're all pointing in the same direction. That's why spirit level works in Australia just as well as it works here, and works halfway between Ireland as well. So, but the 423 very specific as well. So 23 chromosome pairs, and I mentioned Oxford AstraZeneca. Mentioned Oxford associated with the Dodo, Astra, star, Aristarchus, Zeneca, peace, ECA, I mentioned the last time, amen. It's going from the E, the divided state, right, which is the E and the E. Each of us are whole E, spirit. It's going from the divided state to, the unified, bring it to a point at the top as opposed to at the bottom where we have the V. So that's Adam, the top, and V, E. But everything is inverted. So our brains, in a sense, are the pods, and they're out of out of the beds, right? And everything is, arse about elbow. And I think that relates to our true orientation, the other side, which is maybe not. I think it has something to do with it. I mean, if you think about how a tree propagates, it's from the core upwards, and then the limbs splay out. Our limbs are downwards on the ground, planted on the ground. So it's that sort of idea. But 423, 423, very interesting. 223 and 223, 46 chromosome pairs, and AstraZeneca, the vaccine for corona. Is it a truth serum? All the people gullible enough to believe in corona, in spite of the greater obvious fear mongering and taking advantage of the whole situation and collusion, etc. Well, shame on you. When there's a shame on you, what do? You wear a mask. And friends, as I said, you would have been proud of me. I was the only man in the courthouse not wearing masks. The whole courthouse was this extravagant, pompous superstructure. There was loads of space and there was hardly anyone around. But everyone, and some of them were really well dressed, you know what I mean? And I talked about the birds earlier on, the junior judges, the young ones, what do they know? Like, what do they know? At some point, they have to be let in on the scam, and that's why the legal name is so important. I mean, I don't think there's anyone up there who doesn't know I spent a week in Limerick jail because I knew it was an illegal, what do you call it, arrest from the outset, and the whole trial and tribulation after that, involving lots of people, was to find out who your man was. And they didn't know. I was very surprised that it took them so long. It's a secret, and I wasn't hiding it because anyone's after me. No one's after me. No one has anything on me. But yeah, in these technologically ridden times, I was surprised that they didn't. What do you call it? Quicker. But they know I'll go into that in a bit anyway. Let me see what sound before it's too late. And well, actually, it's not too bad, is it? Oh, it's not actually. It's only 11:15. Let me see what sound it's in here. sing an old. I assume it's an Irish song, but I should know better than to assume. Hello, Teddy C. How you doing, man? Geez, Teddy, you've been there from the start. Do you remember the early days? And the Dodo. The Dodo was something to behold, wasn't it? Who would have known? I wonder, are you aware how I took it to its fruition, Teddy? I don't see many other places to go with it, just in terms of this great symbol it is on all fronts. Anytime you hear the word do, to do even, any dodo in any sense, it's pointing you towards, it's a game of clues, and it's pointing you towards this core divided state that we ourselves find ourselves in. But I wonder how far you sort of stuck with it, Teddy. You probably went on your own path. You probably went on your own path from the start. But let me sing this song anyway. Not particularly for you, Teddy, but for anyone who's listening. And if I can sing about this is going to be another point now as well. Well, if I can sing about this, the only thing that they can say that they illegally arrested me for coming over asking my details was that I've been singing that the corona is a hoax. So then I'll say immediately, well, I have a corona is a hoax song. Do you want to hear it? Because I've been singing it throughout. I sang it up in prison. I sang it to the cops when I was in what do you call it? Because I know it was a hoax. I know it is a hoax. And they're all going around with their masks. And it's been my position from the start. My mother expected me to put on a mask in court. But I said, I'm not going to do that because, and they know it as well. I think when I left that court, that judge had, not that it matters anything, more respect for me than maybe she had for anyone in a while. Because I already met her at 2 occasions. The last occasion I didn't meet her. I couldn't see her face. And she had my mother. She plumb also my mother. My mother just a point, yeah, that's Peter Sheehan. But my mother didn't realize that she was just, and even at the end of the day, it was still down to my signature. And I said that to the judge. I was under duress, and you know it. And I said, do you want to see this? She said, I've seen it already. So I'll be going in as a different, well, it's okay. Let me get to that. But so that's the only case that they can have. It's the only crime that I've committed. I'm a peaceful man. I love my fellow man. When I'm in the quiet streets today and I'm singing, I'm mostly singing to myself. And people listen, I've got compliments, and it's great. And I really appreciate the compliments. And as I say, children as well, on the quiet streets. It's just something else to look at, fascination in a sense. So that makes me feel happy as well. The only badness I've encountered is from the people who take an oath to protect you in somewhat. But I understand that the topic is very hot, and ultimately the topic is corona. And if you're going around exercising free speech and saying the fucking obvious as well, that makes you a danger, I guess. Stupid danger, but I was never in danger. Not that I never felt in danger, but I was never maltreated in any great way. I was, of course, in other ways. All my human rights were violated. Human rights given by Amnesty International, maybe. Yeah. Anyway, let me sing the song. So yeah, that's the only case. So if I can't sing that song, my Corona is a hoax song, without being arrested or illegally, well, I can't sing this song, and I don't think anyone would deny that I can't sing this song. Not deny that I can't sing. Is that the right phraseology? Anyone would say that I can't sing this song. When apples still grow in November, when blossoms still bloom from each tree, when leaves are still green in November, it's then that our land will be free. I wandered her hills and her valleys, oh, still through my sorrow I see a land that has never known freedom, and only Corona runs free. I drink to the test of her manhood. To those men who would rather have died than to live in the cold chains of bondage and bring back their rights once denied. Oh, where are you now when we need you? What burns where the flame used to be? Is it gone like the snows of last winter? And it was only Corona running free. Sweet is life, but we're crying. How mellow the wine, but it's dry. How fragrant the rose, but it's dying. How gentle the breeze, but it's sighing. What good is in youth when it's aging? What joy is in eyes that can't see when there's sorrow and sunshine and flowers? And only Corona runs free. Apples still grow in November, when blossoms still bloom from each tree, when leaves are still green in November. It is then that our land will be free. I wandered her hills and her valleys. Oh, still to my sorrow I see a land that has never known freedom. The road runs free. Our land that has never known freedom. And only the road runs free. That's okay. Orona is the light of heaven. That's why I think they're putting on all these deaths to the corona, right? Because where do we go when we die? I think we all go to heaven. We do. But I think corona is now coming to us. Eden has come to us. It's the time for all to be unraveled, revealed. What part are you playing it? Tell me. Okay, Kelly, how are you doing? Let me tell you a story about Minnie the Moocher. Let me roll a smoke first. Just let me say about what do you call it? Only Our Rivers Run Free is the original song. I'm not sure if it's maybe an Irish traditional song that translated or was produced in a different country, but I don't know. I don't even know. I think the same sort of anthem applies pretty much everywhere. As I think in terms of hills and valleys, I wonder if hills and our valleys are natural hills and our valleys. None of them are natural. None of them are natural. Everything is unnatural. All slag heaps, all sort of destructive mounds, or, detritus. And it's what we view as being natural and wonderful. But at the same time, I don't know about yourself, something is lacking, Oh, yeah, it's wonderful, but something missing. Yeah, maybe that because that something is missing within us as well, that awareness, so something missing. Even the most beautiful scenery, I suppose it's a frame of mind more than a sort of location. Even the most beautiful scenery can appear banal and uninspiring, just depending on your frame of mind. And the most banal and uninspiring of settings then can become the most, inspirational. Just depends on your frame of mind. Thank God for cannabis, right? Kali Yuga. God's gift to man. 420. Very interesting connection there. And look, 2021 20 times 21 is 420. I still hold entitled. I shall revisit it. Am I still entitled to hold that 420 2020 official in the annals of greater recordings? Yeah, that will be recognized as day 01 of the new era. I think so. Lots of things do point to it. Now, what are we going through right now? I don't know. Birthing process. Corona shut everything down. What's happening? What's transforming behind the scenes? So I say we're well into it. It didn't just start today or yesterday. And why 420 2020? Well, Easter Sunday was 412, and 8 days later was the 420. We're told in the Gospel of John it took Jesus 8 days to ascend following death and resurrection. So the 8th being significant, Jesus is Isis. And it's about the dividing aspects coming together again, the two S's interconnecting. And so ascension time then would have made sense. 8 days after Easter Sunday, 420 2020. And that was the night of 419 420, which is 19-4 or 24 here in Ireland, which you put the day first. That was the night of the Starlink flyover, which was very prominent in the sky. Was that a celebration in itself? Big deal was made about it, as a big deal is always made about these things. But the Starlink itself, and well, we are the S-Star, and I've been talking externally, Aristarchus in a state of repair. The energy frequency levels have increased. The barrier ultimate has been reinflated. And well, does that go along? What I mentioned about the heart in the center, does that go along with physiological changes and other changes then that are happening within us, around us, to us? What do you say? How would we know? How would we know? It's only like from a certain vantage point, usually with hindsight, right? Hindsight is 2020. But how would we know? So they're along the lines that I'm thinking on. And it's 420 somewhere in the world, isn't it? Well, prove it. You'd have to go there, so you'd have to. Even if you did, then, well, I haven't thought about this in ages now, and I lost all my notes as well. So I'm not even too inclined to think back to. And there's a big connection between 420 and the Dodo. Dodo's Day or Fool's Day is a real New Year's beginning. And for clues, then, we're told via the scripture, or at least an extension of scripture, that, well, Earth began on April 1st. A specific date is offered as well. That's why they can be so specific about six or so thousand years, because there's a sort of chronological order established. And you can be sure to, within the confines anyway, to a massively high scientific level, scientific degree. But of course, everything has to go on trust, first of all. The records are above board. But that's me interpreting this. But I know there's a different hand in play here. So all the information that we're privy to, we were meant to have access to. So how well can we piece together things? Well, as I say, enter the Dodo. And it's connected in so many ways as well. God divided, gave the Son, G-O-D, and the G-O-D-O-D. G itself is an incomplete aspect of what? When you complete the G, where something truncates, if you continue it on its natural course, where something stops in midair, like the capital G does, if you continue it on, what would you get? So when you complete a G, capital letter G, what do you get? Notice as well how the G, capital G, is very like the letters, or number 6, even though G in common gematria is 7, pretty much in code Dodo it's 7 as well, but it's also 3. G is also 3, because each letter has 2 values. It has to, right? But yeah, with the capital G, if you continue it on, what do you get? With completion. Remember I said everything goes back to pi? Circles in the sky, round and round. I think there's many people in on the secrets, what we would call the secrets of life. I think there's many people in it. I really do. And I think in relation to the greater secrets of our existence, our being, it pales. It's like yeah, you know, like it's like yeah, it's like oh, that's what that was about. And then we get back to actually that's I have a song to play. I have a song to play. Brilliant. I didn't play it today. And it ties in exactly what I've just been saying there. I was I was thinking to myself, should you do this now? Should you do this? I said, why the fuck not? Because I'm not doing any harm to anyone. They dropped one of the charges, which was, I think, I didn't even hear any of the charges they ever read out. There was no name on any of the charges, so it wasn't for me. When they were reading them out at the desk originally, and even in the court, I didn't get the first time. I didn't get the next morning. I didn't get what was going on really. None of these charges applied to me, and if when I was leaving, I left prison without so many anomalies, and I said, "This is what a peculiar case." I said this to the judge. It's almost as if she was embarrassed. It's almost as if she was embarrassed, and then I sort of asked, well, she wanted to know immediately did I plead, and I said, I can't. I'm not pleading Tennyson because I never even heard any charges laid against me. And I'll tell you what they did, which is going to catch them up again. Jesus, they're screwing themselves in a sense, but it's okay. Um, one of the well, not to get diverted again, I have a particular song in mind here, but she was the only one, by the way, as well, without a mask that I saw. So, but she was behind a massive screen as well. But yeah, I didn't wear any mask. I didn't wear any mask. No one said anything to that. They probably knew. They probably said if he comes in now, he's good enough to come already. Come in already, because he's been tricked into doing all of this. So if he comes in without a mask, just leave him in. No one said anything. Okay, let me. This song, let me. How it connects to what I've just been saying. Loads of people are in on this. People are playing the parts. Nathan Oakley is as much an actor as Neil Armstrong is. Whatever they actually know, into different layers. Lots of them didn't know about Aristarchus, but definitely some of them do. Neil Armstrong had a conversation with Buzz Aldrin about Aristarchus as they were orbiting the moon, and of course we know that's all scripted. So it's scripted for a reason. Astronauts, stars, nautical, water, many layers of protective layers of truth. Truth, Truth, 3 Three, 3 Tree, 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 the divided tree. So if we look at the words, Three, E is the whole E, right? So in the spine, gut center, heart center, head center, immaterial center. It comes upside down as well. We're like a plant. We're like a plant flailing around, unearthed, upearthed. And it's easy to see. Just imagine your female counterpart with the two brains just folded in on one another, so back to back, in and around the central spine. It's a plant, right? A flower. Paul McCartney had a song recently. Who's the dodo? Paul/Fall is the dodo. That's my find. I mean, anyone else on this planet who found that? I don't think so, because that puzzle spans hundreds of years. So that he is the dodo is most significant, and he's still going. He came out with a re-release recently of, I don't know how it goes, but it's coming up like a flower, coming up like a flower. So we're leaking downwards. That's the idea, and yeah, we have to go upwards. Everything below the heart is an explosion, an inversion. Right? It's chaos, and everything above then is order, and that's the core pod center. Where does the soul reside? Where does the spirit reside? I'm not qualified to answer that yet. That's not that I've been thinking. I'm working, burning the midnight hour. I'd probably do well just to have to think about it for half an hour here. But anyway, so my thoughts, yeah, the truth is known, and I guess the truth of our earth here and our current form in relation to the greater truth is infinitesimal. Are we infinite? Well, encapsulate infinity. Are we divine? We deny my divinity. That's not bad, is it? That's sort of rhyme. Encapsulate infinity, deny my divinity. I dare you. So, in relation to that thought, so the whole experience here is great. It's just part of the story, and then a greater truth, a greater story unfolds, which is our great story. As I mentioned earlier on as well, if we are God's children and we are divine, He would have given us wings. As we look around the birds, look at bastards, look at that. They should be able to do that. And look at us coming to the ground. Well, we've lost our wings. And well, what's the best way to appreciate something? When you lose it and you think you maybe never knew you had it in the first place. But when you maybe lost all hope, are we getting it back? Possibly. Anyway, let me try to remember these lyrics. And yeah, pay attention to how the theme connects. So. I'm sitting here in the boring room. It's just another rainy Sunday afternoon. I'm wasting my time, I got nothing to do. I'm hanging around, I'm waiting for you, but nothing ever happens. And I wonder, I'm driving around in my car, I'm driving too fast, I'm driving too far. I'd like to change my point of view. I feel so tired waiting for you, but nothing ever happens. And I wonder how, I wonder why. Yesterday you told me about the blue sky, and all that I could see was just the yellow lemon tree. I turned my head up and down, and turning around, and all that see. It's just the yellow lemon tree. Da da dee da da dee da da. Da da dee da da dee da da. I'm still here, I miss the power. I'd like to go out and take in a shower, but there's a funny cloud inside my head. I feel so tired, I put myself into bed where nothing ever happens. And I wonder, isolation is not good for me. Isolation, I don't wanna sit under lemon trees, gathering around in the desert of joy. Maybe anyhow I'll get another toy, and everything can happen. And you wonder, oh, you wonder how, you wonder why. Yesterday you told me about the blue sky, and all that I can see is just the yellow train. I'm turning my head up and down, and turning around, and all that I can see is just the yellow train. And I wonder how, wonder why. Yesterday you told me about the blue sky, and all that I can see, and all that I can see, and all that I can see is just the yellow tree. Just the yellow. I say that lemon tree is Aristarchus, and he's complaining about being thrown into this realm powerless, and well, nothing to do, nothing happens most of the time, right? And imagine, I guess there's one thing being thrown in, working your way, swimming your way through towards some sort of greater truth, but imagine being thrown in and knowing the ultimate truth and just biding your time. You have to do what you have to do. You probably know what you have to do to escape, but you probably also have to bide your time. I don't know, man. I don't know what the ultimate situation is. All I can say is I'm not an insider of any sorts, but I certainly know there are plenty of insiders. To what degree? I don't know. You tell me. You tell me. But that's lemon tree, and well, I say that lemon tree, sun, right? The sun tree. It's Aristarchus, none other. It's the Aristarchus. You might think, what's this guy? This is the tree of life. This is Yggdrasil. This is Mount Meru. It's the Aristarchus in its expressive, reflective form from the moon crater, its reflection. Paid more attention to Aristarchus' central peak than the crater because the moon, they're reflected expressions. Who's to say that that's not how reality creates itself, or the greater power, the greater spirit behind the crafting of reality, to reflected expression. Some things are beyond our ability to wrap our brains around. Maybe, maybe not, maybe not. What ultimate unlocked powers are there to potentially display? I think, yeah, we're getting a handle on God in a sense. And all of this has been about something. It's a pathway towards someone. It has to be. There's no other conclusion I can come to. It has to be. Once again, as an individual, we were given this technology. We're given the pieces to put together. Where does it lead? Into lonely realms, that's for certain. Into lonely realms. Can't talk about it. I'm glad if I didn't have the show here or the channel. I mean, so this is just me expressing just my thoughts openly. Some of my thoughts. I'm a shit researcher. I haven't even put any research in. The last, actually, I'd encourage everybody go and find Mars and the Moon. Go and find Mars and the Moon. There was a video earlier on about finding Earth and the Moon. Go find Mars and the Moon. That's easier. That's easier. Find the highest definition overall image of Mars. Find the highest definition image of the Moon, and look for the pattern, where the pattern is repeated. Now, when you spot it, the closer you examine it, the more the correlation, the more the association will reveal itself. You won't find Mars and the Moon, and that's why the Moon is our biggest clue. It's our nearest neighbor, and if we're dealing with reflections, well, reflections of what? So yeah, you can see Aristarchus. You can't see Yggdrasil. You can't see Mount Meru. These are fabled, mythical sort of representations. See Aristarchus, and not only can you see it there, you can see it everywhere. So you can first of all see it in its reflected form in the moon. But if all craters are just a reflected expression of the one crater, and I use crater in their sense, that's why I think one crater, one creator, that sort of phonic association is made. It gave me clues, yeah. So, yeah, more particular, yeah, is, and I say the central peak of Aristarchus is Mount Meru, and that is divinely expressing. And I've been through all of this before as well. So if you're hearing this for the first time, that's new on you, not on me. And like I backed some of my stuff up with not too in depthly, honestly, not too in depthly, but it's been my own pathway here as well. All I need to say ultimately, as I cut to the bottom line, I will say ultimately, well, the moon, it's just a reflection, and it's a kaleidoscopic reflection of one thing. The sun and the moon, direct reflection of the other, Polaris then. So everything is in one thing. Remember, all we have in the sky are the wandering stars, right? All the stars and the wandering stars, with one exception, the moon. The moon is called, the moon is separated out because the moon is our greatest clue, the mirror moon. Mirror moon. So yeah, it's like, when I think about that, if the map, the general map of Earth is to be found on the moon, that's fair enough. I don't, someone's gone to detail, and I can easily accept that. But sort of well beyond that, in a sense, there's a greater source to everything. The moon is intimately connected with what the layout of the land actually is, which is intimately connected again, ultimately, to the tree of life, Aristarchus, and how it expresses, which all ultimately comes back to this pi relationship, pi in motion. You think about what pi represents, it's the circle, distance traveled in a circular fashion to the diameter, like a direct line across from point to point on the circle through the center. This is the point, from point to point to the center point. If everything that we're experiencing in the material realm has an immaterial source, emanation, is God material, is the creator material, well then there is this transitionary, not I would say transitionary point of juncture, that's a good word, where one transmits to the other. And yeah, look, it's not airy fairy stuff in the sense that we can all appreciate that thought is zero dimensional, but a thought is as real as anything real, anything three dimensional. Because if that's not real, well, what can be said to be real? Do you understand? There's a different world in play, and that's why, metaphysics, that'll be remembered as a word, because I should think anyway, I hope we should do. Because, like, we live in a metaphysical reality realm. Natural laws, my arse. Nothing is natural. Everything's unnatural. But, yeah, it's a metaphysical. There's this, interaction. And everything we deem, to be so, the material is so, that's that. We don't know what to deal with, though. We don't know what we're dealing with. And again, for me, all the material is the aspect of the decayed original crystal, tree of life, but it's all core components. And yeah, we are in this wasteland, this decayed, deformed state. But we are in this state for a reason. And when you look at certain books, the book of Adam and Eve tells us when Adam and Eve were capable, and someone was there to write it down as well, were capable of conversing with the Creator. We're told that Adam thought it was 5.5 days. So after the fall, after the divide, God said, "Oh, it'll be well after 5.5 days," and Adam thought it was just 5.5 of his days. He didn't know what day was, first of all, because the first time the sun came out after the divide, he was like scared shitless out of it. He didn't know what to do, and God said, "Don't be worried about that. It's going to give you a little bit of warmth." And he goes, "I want the old light." And actually, very interesting book. Get it on audiobook here. Flat Water, Flat Earth read it. very interesting because, well, they noticed their eyes were open and they noticed their nakedness. And Adam went on to talk about how their eyes don't see in the way they used to see. So I talk about the false light, and the visible light is the false light because it comes from a broken um, resultant. Something of a prior state collapsed, and or something results, and then this is all we know as natural. When we say we, the body of science, but of course that's metaphor in itself. But yeah, metaphysical world, and everything is transmitted via metaphor. Right? So we have the meta in common, and so metaphorsics. It's, it's a word to, how would you phrase that? And has a dictionary entry. I'm sure I could do it. I was actually probably thinking that it. I wrote it down in my last notepad, which is all on my hard drive here, so I have no access to that. But yeah. You got one can left. So let me, I don't know, I started the smoking now, I'm not getting any. And listen, you'll soon learn, D-Round. Jump in at some point to have a chat. If I go on and start talking about all the, what do you call it? Or if I get into detail about some of the messages, and I know it could be frustrating as well, before you know it, then it's 6 hours gone, and I haven't even spoken about the stuff that I want to speak about. I definitely want to tell about the story about the court, what happened there, and cheers to freedom, whatever that entails. That's a great expression, actually. The swanning around in this massive building, almost empty. It's only new as well. Oh, it's glorious haughtiness. Yeah, you had these junior judges, beautiful women. They can't have been mid-20s, 30s, something like that, very slender, but all dolled up. And they had all the magistrates' gowns, but they were short enough skirts, but all black and white collars. But they had this shawl, not even a shawl, it's a cape, but it was like, it was cut pieces, so, and it was connected along the arms as well. You would have loved it, Maggie. But it was connected, and it was sort of patterned for all the world. It was like a bird going around. So I was just thinking, there they all were swanning around. It's a perfect example of it. They were like swans going around. And I wonder, how does that fare? Because surely, yeah, if they're in on the know, all of the, what would you call that now? The fanfare would be expressed through that. I was actually getting depressed that they had a new court in Limerick and they're building a new prison. Now that I think about it, maybe the prison's for the real crooks as well. Everything is recorded. Everything's recorded. If you do wrong, you know it in your heart, right? And there's so many people in positions of power and influence who, probably not in it, but they go along and they become involved, and to some point, then there's no secrets held from some people, so there's no secrets anywhere in this world, and we have to be answerable for all the wrong we've done. An interesting question, and I said it to my mother recently as well. We're stripped naked. Are you prepared to be stripped naked? Difficult thing for all of us, stripped naked, and the truth laid bare. Maybe a lot of nervous people around. There are a lot of nervous people around flat Earth as well. Don't want to entertain the possibility. A lot of people invested in, and I think I mentioned I was just coming up by the river, and the owner of the local pub. I don't know him at all, but Curragara it's called, which translates as goat. So he's probably in it somewhat. They're opening, trying to temporarily, and they're playing their part in the Corona hoax anyway. But I just said it to him as he was on by the church wall with his two children. And I didn't mean it in any, what do you call it, way. I sort of, well, geez, it must be costing you a lot of money with the Corona hoax. And he started to answer by going, yeah, geez, all these restrictions. But then he heard the word hoax, and he sort of immediately changed his whole tune, as if it turn away and bring his children along, as if to say, it's a dirty word now, and I'm not part of your group. Whereas I was just saying, I said, as he was walking away, I said, man, I mean, Jesus, we all know it. I reckon everyone knows it. I actually said it to you. I said it as I was walking up. And it's funny that he was there and there was people queuing outside. maybe waiting for, I don't know, food order to take away. But I said, I mentioned this the last time. I said, lads, across the street, which was quite enough anyway, so it's just by the river. And I said, lads, I reckon we all know that Corona's a hoax, but no fucker's going to say anything or something along those lines. I didn't put it in that fashion there. But one thing I said to you, man, is maybe one of these days we'll all shout up and shout out with one voice, because I reckon, jeez, if at least you haven't heard the possibility that Corona's a hoax, you would have heard it as I was singing it on the streets of Limerick today. I was saying to myself, fucking hell. Because the court was only yesterday, so there's no charges yet. Everything has to be disclosed first of all, so I'm as free as ever. But I think I'm more free now because they know who I am, and that's not something I was hiding. But the reasons I did it for. So they took the other grinder, so I have this one, and I brought it in. They did my usual, so I just bring 2 cans in because I might be there for 3 hours, and having 1 or 2 cans of smoke. Who's going to begrudge me that? And if someone thinks they can begrudge me that, well, then give me a reason. Don't interfere in the first place if I'm not interfering with you. Do you know what I mean? And I'm not interfering with people. I know it by the encounters I have with people. People are happy. A woman actually came over and said it to me, Margaret, who was mentioned earlier on, was a Christian woman, and she was telling me, so she actually sang me a song about her child, who she lost a 3-year-old child. And she was singing it for about a minute, and obviously it was emotional, but yeah, she was saying exactly that. There should be more music on the street. And yeah. So the only bad feeling, and it's not even bad feeling. I've been involved in a few little minor incidents, but for all the parts, it had nothing to do with me. There's other people bringing shit around, and I just have to sort of deal with it. And for the most part, I dealt with it, as I've had to deal with it. So that's all. Otherwise, it's just been me singing quiet streets. I prefer when it's quiet, actually. And yeah, the only trouble I've encountered is from the Johnny Law. And I think they're realizing it now as well. But that's okay as well. But yeah, in terms of the fanfare in the court, so let me. So I went in yesterday anyway, and yeah, I didn't prepare at all. I didn't know what the sort of setting would be. I knew I wouldn't be wearing a mask, and the one thing I would have said was, "Look, I'm here under duress. I don't want to be here." And they knew my story as well. So the only reason I signed this was because I was given an ultimatum. And I knew myself it was all crime. I was prepared to say all this, but I don't wear a mask, and I say Corona's a hoax. That's my firm belief. And your man is a guy waiting at the bottom of the stairs, and he's going like, "Well, I'm not sure if the judge will let you in." I said, "Well, let's deal with that when it comes down." Still my position, and it turned out not to be a deal at all. After that, it turned out to be not a deal at all, even though everyone else was going around with masks. And my mother was there. No, I don't mind. I don't mind at all. I had nothing to. I said, "Now you're supporting me in this, right?" But she's just, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. The computer and hash has gone to my brain. But I said, even if I'm wrong, you're still on my side, right? But no, that wasn't the case. And all she was worried about from the start was how rude I was to your man by telling him that I don't wear a mask because I believe that Corona is a hoax. I do that on principle. So immediately I'm the bad guy, and especially you can imagine how that sort of setting, a monstrous setting, is intimidating as well. And of course, everyone's on their best behavior. The cops there are on their best behavior, as are the solicitors, solicitors. But me, I'm just myself, and I mean, I didn't dress up or anything. I didn't prepare anything. I just brought one sheet of paper in, which was if that's a legal document, I'm a monkey's uncle. But anyway, let me have a cigarette. But yeah, not that I know it's all false, so it's not that I was unfriendly, but when the time came, cop came over. Are you Peter? I said, yeah. Well, you can go in now, and you don't have to wear a mask because they heard, they heard, they heard. So that was okay. Uh, but it's like my mother was mortified. I told her I didn't even want her there, but she sort of wanted to be there, so I said that's fair enough. And we just ended up sitting at the back of the court. And when the name was called, I said, I'm here to represent that matter, the only man in the court without a mask. And yeah, pretty much, I chose my words carefully there. I'm here to represent that matter under duress, as well as said. And I did offer to show the judge the document, but she'd already seen it. And the next time, I'm aware that this is just preliminary sort of stuff. She wanted me to plead straight away, or she got the prosecutor for a young girl. I think she was confused. It was like a farcical thing. They dropped one of the charges. So the charges that they dropped was the cannabis. So they only found the cannabis in the bag when I went up to the police station. So that's after your initial arrest. That's for my own personal use. Anyone, I'm open about my can. I'm not going to apologize to any man for having what do you call it, a smoke of cannabis because someone tells me that I can't do it. Go out of that. So anyway, but that's extraneous. They dropped that matter, and I'm thinking that's got to do with the leg as well. If there was any publicity about this, or persecuting a guy like that, maybe he's taking it for the pain or something. Don't get me started on cannabis. But the other matters then, and this is where they fucked up, I think, as well. The first charge they read out was public order offence, and then it was failure to give the name or details. So they put the cart before the horse, whereas it's blatantly, it's on record as well, and they have to put their own cops in a difficult position because I cleared immediately with the three cops twice that there's no crime suspected here because they came on me, remember? They came on to me and I didn't know what was going on now. I gave my thoughts on what ultimately is going on, but I didn't at the time, I wasn't aware. But they came on me. What's your name and address? They said from the window. What's your name? Where do you live? And I said, why are you asking me this? He said, what's your name? And I said, well, who? Am I obliged to answer that? He said, yeah. And I walked over to the window. I said, well, who are you? And I asked if I got their names and all that. And I said, you suspect me of committing a crime? Are you suspect me of other committing a crime? I said, no. I said, but then I'm not obliged to give my name and details. And I just stepped back then, tuning my guitar. I wasn't playing around at this stage. They got out of the van, three of them stood around me, said the same thing. I said, what's this about? And they said, give us your name and details. I said, obliged to do that. I haven't done anything. And then, as I didn't give them, they said, well, you're coming with us. You're under arrest. And they didn't read out the rights. You have the right to remain silent or anything like that. I said, well, are you sure? And they said, yeah. And I said, okay. Put my stuff away. The bag, green bag, I showed it. Put my guitar in. Put all my stuff away. Threw my rubbish in the bin. That was it then. Went into the van. And before I went in, just letting people know that they were arrested and they were taking away my freedom. And I also let them know that for every hour of my incarceration, illegal incarceration, that I'd be charging €10,000. Now, that was the initial charge. No crime, no nothing, no public order mentioned, nothing at all mentioned. How could there be any public order offence when there's no one around? There's hardly anyone around. So, yeah, that was the initial charge, not giving the name. So when they brought me up to the station, they wanted my name to charge me with not giving the name initially when I knew that I didn't have to give the name and they were acting illegally. And especially because I've done nothing wrong. That's most especially, I've done nothing wrong. So then they found the cannabis when they searched through it and they read out the charges, but there was no name given. And that's when one of the guys, Mick Lamb is his name, he says that, are you William Kilaki? You look like William. You remind me of William Kilaki. I said, call me what you like. Call me Dodo, but you can call me King of Air if you want. But call me Dodo. I know what you're talking about there. So from that moment on, he should have been the one to say that, look, yeah, we can't hold him for this. He hasn't done anything. We can't hold him for not giving. And then he should have cut it short there. But this guy, particularly then, Sergeant Mick Lamb, I told him, above the rest of them, even though I told quite a few of them, €10,000 per hour. I did say that. I said it. and he making a laugh of it throughout the night as well, and doing dancing and joking and all this sort of stuff. Anyway, that was the original. So I didn't give the name then because I wasn't going to give the name to be charged with stuff, which came after me not giving the name in the first place. You understand? So after that, then down to the judge. I spent the night inside in the cell in the police, and they were just constantly coming in and out, trying to take photographs. And I wasn't giving away because I wasn't. I was just saying, look, this is all illegal from the start. You have to let this go. But yeah, no such thing. So next morning, dragged up out to the police van. I didn't put on my limb. I didn't consent to put on my limb because I would have been kidnapped. Yeah, according to their rules, especially. And yeah, that's it. So in court, that's the first charge. The first charge was public disorder. So it's the first I heard of it, and also in court, it's the first time I've heard the charges laid against the name, the legal name, which is Peter Sheehan. And that's fair. There's a number attached to it. I know it's a legal name trust fund, but I didn't go into any of that detail because I just wanted to know what was their position here. So that's what they're after doing. They're after cancelling the cannabis fine, so that charge is dropped. But they're after putting the public order offence or something similar. Is it not public order or something like that? Because I haven't heard nothing in writing yet or anything like that. Before they haven't put the cart before the horse, whereas it's clear that the initial offence was not giving the name. There was no offence stated. There was no complaint listed. There was no. They didn't ask me to stop doing anything. I wasn't even doing anything. You know what I mean? There was nothing at all. Now, so when I said this, the judge immediately, looking down from her pedestal, wanted to know how do I plead, and I said I don't plead. I'm not pleading anything here. I said first of all, I don't know what's going on. This is the first time I'm hearing any of these charges against me, and maybe not saying this in order as well. But I said a few more things. I said this is the most peculiar case. I said I've been in prison for the last week under a false name, under a different name, William Kilaki. And she sort of wanted to usher certain things through. And I was saying to myself, that's okay, but I never pleaded anything. And there's no paperwork. As far as I know, there's no even official charge. So I said the best thing, well, I did say to her, all these charges need to be dismissed on the basis of that the original arrest was illegal. But that story hadn't come out yet for the judge to consider, except in the court at the basic level where the cop lied as well. The cop said when that's the first night after I spent in the prison in the police. So the judge herself ordered me to Limerick prison. That woman ordered me to Limerick prison for 7 days, 6 days. So yeah, the cop lied. He said that yeah, we went over, asked him his name. He wouldn't give his name, and then we asked him to stop, and he wouldn't stop. So and implying that that was the reason for the arrest. So they're kind of fucked there as well because I wasn't even playing, and I put away my own guitar and I walked under low constraints to the police van without any trouble. As I was jumping in, I said a few things. I'm being arrested illegally. Yeah, please take note. And I said it to a few people who might be witnesses to this, but that's all. That's all. So yeah, they're up to fucking up there. They're fabricating a charge. And now, if they go further with it, they're going to have to get to the three cops to lie. And of course, they're not going to, if it goes to maybe a trial, not even a trial, it'll go further anyway. They won't send up to much scrutiny or much questioning from me because, well, I'm not hiding anything. If we're lying about something, we'll always be caught out. So, anyway, the upshot of it was that I suggested to drop the charges and she said no. And I said, well, I haven't even heard the charges yet. And I've been divulged to me. So an adjournment, and I wasn't careful about the terms I was using. I knew they asked me to step forward as well into this zone, and I was thinking to myself, I actually said it out loud. I said, am I compromising myself by stepping in here? But I let it go because yeah, it's sort of preliminary. But I did leave by saying that well, of course I said it to the judge. I said, of course I'll be taking this elsewhere, which I'm thinking she knows as well. But I also suggested that the thing be adjourned. So they adjourned it immediately, easily for 8 weeks, and she ordered disclosure. So the cop prosecutor, I don't know what she's going to fucking do. I don't know what she's going to do. And the best course of action would be to drop the whole thing. But if they drop the whole thing, then you have an innocent man in jail for on hunger strike in complete corona isolation for 8 days, what amounts to 8 days, and there's no charge. And ultimately, then I see it as doing an interview. How do you feel about all this? Well, me getting to the core of matters. I think this is what I say to every interview. I think this is all about my corona as a hoax sound. Oh, you have a corona as a hoax sound? Yes, it is. When you hear corona as a hoax, COVID is a joke. There was even a few of the cops singing it. I swear to you. And well, when I was in prison, I was singing that on quite a few occasions. I was also making it clear through the door, whoever was outside. I didn't get much of a chance to see what was outside, actually. So that was the upshot of it. And then I just left. And I'll tell you, they were down for me to get a solicitor, and my mother was coming out. She stopped to talk. It's like she was friends with all of them. So why are you talking to them first? Talking to the police. And my mother's like, she just didn't understand the setting. She thinks everything is as presented, and they're only all out for your very best, and yeah, ultimately, I'm already labeled. It's fair enough. I say some mad things, right? I say some mad things. You couldn't take me seriously. But forgetting about the mad things I say, as a man, you have to take me seriously. I'm not overtly stupid. I can handle a conversation. I can be coherent. Right, the alarm's just come on there. Got one can left. So that was 6 cans. There that was. Yeah. Um, so that's it. That's it. Nothing. Free man. No official charges against me. I haven't seen it, and no disclosure has been made, so I didn't know what to answer. So you see how I played it like that. So yeah, I didn't go in full guns blazing Simon, and I didn't do it purposely because remember I said it the last time. I didn't even know if I was going to get beyond the gate by not wearing a mask, and there was no problem at all with that. And this leads me to think as well. I understand what I could have done at the start, and that's what my mother keeps harping on. Is look, you could have been out within 10 minutes. Just give the name. But if I give the name, then it would have been subjected to the charges afterwards as well, which is public order. I'm not sure what that's in relation to. If it's to finding 2 cans of beer, re-drinking there in these Corona times, 2 cans of beer as I'm playing some music, let someone say that to me. And I even think it's legal these days that, at least I heard, you can buy beer and drink it, but it has to be 500 yards away from. Because the pub was fucking open at a certain time. Anyway, these are all stupid illegalities or legalities, and they only rule by consent. Initially, all of our core, this is my point as well, all of our core um, freedoms are in place. We just have to find out who we are. When it comes to 1919 Constitution, absolutely, man, I'll be considering that over the next while. And how much will I stick to it? How much is my heart ingrained within it? You know what I mean? The words of another, and I know about it. I do know about it. January 21st, 1919, and the true harp. That's what the true harp represents. And the harp was above the judges' quarters there. So that's what I'm thinking. With all of this fanfare and all this exuberance, maybe these courts have a different future plan for them. And they would be in the know. The core structures in Ireland, in every country, would be in the know. So I wonder where does it lead us? Phoenix. Phoenix. I remember saying that words going around. Phoenix. Hmm. Black Phoenix on white. And very, very, when you think about it, the equation between church and court, very, very good silence all around. You imposing figures in black, and you have helpers along the path. All the slinky solicitors as well. I wonder how deep they're into it. I could never do it. The number of people I told to give up their jobs. I even said it to your man today, the guy who's a local cop in a sense. He was a little bit of a quiver, and I didn't hold my punches with him. He was actually out of uniform. He was asking me a few questions as well that I didn't answer what I like. I say everything up front, but I said it to him. I said I told you about the illegal name 2 years ago. You knew nothing about it. And he was like almost apologetic in the sense that I said someone almost broke down my mother's door, looking to get me to be attached to the legal name. He said I didn't do it. I said, well, you were the local man. You gave the name or whatever. You gave the address. You have your own part to play. He said I would never tell your mother I wouldn't do it or something like that. Tall fella as well, but yeah, they're different men. They're different men in the courts. He said that we do you wrong in the court. I said I saw you in the courts, and I said it in the courts. It was the judge at the front. This was the day after I was illegally arrested, and shitty night's sleep or whatever. You've been dragged here and there, put into a cold cell beforehand, just left there, and what are you supposed to think? What are you supposed to say? Except object. So we went in. I said it in the court. 50 cops around, no one else around. Apparently, there was no one else in the court that day, so especially here for the King of Era. But I said, look at all these fucking. I didn't say, I didn't curse, I didn't use any language like that. I said, look at these fakes around. No one's saying anything. It's just injustice. So, he was sort of almost apologetic in that sense. But yeah, it is a machine. It's a machine. One feeds the other, feeds the next, and each plays their part. And it's the same with all the prison wardens as well. I advise them all to give up the job. You don't have to do this. And the governor at the top knew about the legal name fraud, so it's legalized slavery, is what it is. Can't tell a man not to smoke a plant and say, well, if we catch you with that plant, you're being incarcerated. Under, what do you mean? Under the legal name. You see, this is how to catch you. Now, as a lateral man, however you want to phrase it, be careful with your words. But yeah, these rules don't apply. I said immediately when I was in the court, asking not this time, not yesterday. It was a different setting. There is a free man, my consent, and I did say if I had more, if it was expanded upon it. I said I'm here under duress. And I pointed out, to show you this letter to the judge, and she said, I've seen it already. So I wrote on the bottom of it, under duress, Piche, under duress, beneficiary of the legal name and the living soul. Should put spirit as well, but it doesn't matter. They know the idea. They know the idea. So there's only so many words that you need to use. But yeah, they were going through the bureaucracy of it. So they were fed a case. They have to deal with it. So where it goes from here, then that's the bigger question. And well, as I said, friends, and then this is not to be confrontational. Anyway, I'll do what I do, like I did beforehand. I generally go in with a couple of cans and the smoke as well. That's what I did today. Sang a few songs. I sang my songs, and I also sang Corona's a hoax. What are they going to do? The worst thing they're going to do is come over, take me away again. And I go, well, what's the reason? I couldn't cooperate any more than what I did the last time. Because what am I resisting? You know. Go ahead, as I said, there's nothing to do around, and they must all have heard, the whole of the station, I say, must have heard the story because it connects other cops down at the court, the original day, the second day, and in the prison as well. Jesus, there's all manner of people in the prison, just trying to get the legal name. Just give us the name. Who are you? Who are you? And as I say, I'll give my testimony. I don't mean this in any mean way. I think if you're in a mean job and if you're just put into that sort of cattle market type of environment, you just have to act. You have to learn to act in a certain way, and you treat everyone then in that generalized way. And yeah, everyone that I encountered from the beginning to the end, uh, masked phonies, mean spirited masked phonies. And I said that to the cop today. John was his name. I don't know well at all. Don't know him well at all. And I gave out to him because I recognized him. And I gave out to him specifically because I had been speaking to him a few times. And actually, I'd been speaking to him about the corona hoax. And he was going, oh, yeah. And he was like, well, what would it all be for? Who would be doing this? And I said, take it easy, man. Take it easy. I mean, you're not on duty now. Take it easy. It's not an inquiry here. So I'm sort of like strong willed in that way. And I was telling him the hoax is on the Irish people. Don't be worrying about the ultimate sort of motivations behind to investigate the possibility that it's a hoax in the first place. You take an oath to the Irish people, which you do. I don't take an oath to you. You know what I mean? So I mentioned the creator a few times as well to these people, and there seems to be a sort of yeah. Well, we know how much religion is sort of purposefully as well. The church scandals came out when they did. Father Ted here came out when it did for very specific reasons. The timing is everything. So the ultimate battle, the last battle, were in science versus religion, whereas we know the same central controls both and everything. It's always been resolved, but yeah, there seems to be an atheistic sort of mindset amongst the younger people, and they're all younger cops as well. I'm 48, half my age, and no respect for the most part. You're in the system now, so you're guilty. Whatever you've done, you're guilty. And that's what I expected. The minute I went up to the police station is for some senior sergeant or someone to say, "Look, you can't hold him for that. He hasn't done anything." Okay, we'd like to have his name, but he hasn't done it, so we don't have to charge him. We can't charge him and not give him his name because there's no crime suspected, which is what you told him. There's three of them told me that twice. So do you know what I mean? They sort of screwed themselves from that moment onwards. And yeah, show me the Dodo. Um, well, dough is money, the basics of life, right? Money and bread, Dodo, music scales, C to C, dough to dough. Homer Simpson and his dough and his donuts. It's constantly put out, and as children, we all learn about the dodo bird. So think about just think about the story itself, right? So this bird evolved in ice, or didn't evolve because it pretty much remained stagnant because it had no natural predators in isolation on this isolated island in the mid Indian Ocean, lower Indian Ocean. Well, there should be millions of skeletons then, shouldn't there? Mauritius is a pretty big island, relatively, like, I mean, it's a fine span of land. But there should be millions of skeletons. There should be thousands of cases where birds in their full form have been preserved. Um, you know, accidents, chance, just you name it, over the millions of years. But yet, no, only three skeletons I think remain on Earth. It's funny, it's three as well. The three skeletons have been reconstituted, and the primary skeleton is in Oxford. It's in Oxford, the Natural History Museum. Oxford, right? Associated so primarily with the dodo. It's also the home of Radiohead and Tom York, who is nicknamed the Dodo. Now, again, Oxford, AstraZeneca, um, Corona cure, right? The vaccine. So Oxford Dodo, Astra is star. All stars refer to the one star, which is Aristarchus. So there we have the Dodo, Aristarchus. Zen, right, that peaceful frame, and Ika, ECA. EA Sports is in the game, so the E goes to the A. So what amen is. If you think about the words, amen, men, right? Man, right? And we'll just reverse the M and the A because, well, direction counts, right? So, and you get AMN, amen, amen, right? So that distinction, that switcheroo is made. Amen referring to, well, what does amen refer to? It's a question. What does the A refer to for you? Is it all a trick? Is it all a trick? Do we need to go downwards? Maybe we need to go downwards. We're pushed away from down, but I don't think it is. I think this is why the stone is the TH. So we need to go upwards. But we also have to understand what's up is down. And this is what I'm talking about. The brain is the seed, it's the pod, right? When it explodes outwards, then, well, first of all, we're divided. But when you have the male and female, when it explodes outward, then you have the spine developing and all of the limbs branching out then. So we're sort of uprooted in that sense. So maybe come to understand that basic, what do you call it? Bodily, physiologically, um, symbiotic relationship between you, body, spirit, soul, mind. Many aspects can be named that compose you, that are distinct but yet interconnected, interrelated. Does the body operate without the spirit? Say not at all, not at all. But you need more than the spirit, I think, as well. The ether, but the ether is probably part of the spirit as well. But definitely ether. There's vibrations all around. Thinking about that earlier on, Albert Einstein. I mentioned Seth MacFarlane playing the role of Albert Stark in A Million Ways to Die in the West. Albert Einstein received his first Nobel Prize, if I'm not mistaken. Did he receive the Nobel Prize? He definitely received fame anyway, in 1905, for his discovery of Brownian motion. And when we think of it all in terms of a script, right? What Einstein did away with? Let's cut to the chase. What did Einstein? What sort of change did Einstein instigate? The atomic theory came to the fore in and around that time as well. So the Brownian motion that Einstein is credited as sort of uncovering or discovering, however you want to describe it. Well, it's just put down to the intrinsic sort of energy within the basic core structure itself, which is the atom. The atom. So the whole atomic theory developed, and now that I think back to my schooling days, uh, yeah, Niels Bohr had a major influence in it, but Einstein as well. And when I think back now to his Brownian motion, this is giving credence to the whole atomic theory. And of course, when we break it down, well, how far do you want to break it down? There's okay, no, I see. I won't get into it now. So there's the four different fundamental elemental forces of nature composed are confined or found within the atom, and it's these um, amalgamations of these distinct but sort of unified, ultimately unifiable forces anyway, which give us life and motion. So it's this intrinsic energy that's contained. Well, what if that's all arse about elbow, and that the energy itself is external? Of course, Einstein, in a sense, is credited with killing the ether. His whole theory of relativity flawed from the very outset. All of it's flawed from the very outset. Very outset is the assumption that the Earth's surface we live on moves, whatever shape it is. If you decide it moves, right, and definitively decide it moves, well, then that takes you in a completely different direction. Because now, as you look around you and you have other questions to ask, if the Earth is moving, well, how do we gauge the sky with this fundamental acceptance? Now, if the Earth doesn't move, then everything will divert away in a completely opposing manner. And this is the whole point of this. So when we think of the Einstein deception, it is a deception, but it's more of a pathway. It's a sort of a clue offering, because the lie is built on the truth, and ultimately there's a purpose. The purpose was for us always to come to the truth. Einstein, as I said, is one stone, one S tone. The S tone being TH, but one ST, one. So, yeah, um, getting back to Brownian motion, and this inherent intrinsic attribute of the basic core constituent of life, which is the atom. Well, what if it's all inverted? And this is where the ether comes into it. Einstein killed the ether. Well, we revive it. And what does that have to say about these interactions and or these motions? Well, yeah. What is matter? All matter decayed form of the original crystalline. The crystalline reacts with the all pervading energies, which is the ether. And I can go further and say, well, where does the ether come from? Well, the tree of life is cut as it at its core emanates upwards, right? Before there was the distribution pattern, the tree was intact. Now it's the barrier is collapsed. Um, there's a reactionary force to the actionary force, this invisible energy force, this life force, and this is what separates all of the different layers underneath. And this is what we're under, and this is what gives life to everything underneath. It's the essential force in frequency, is in frequency and vibration. Without this frequency, we could not vibrate. And it's this motion that is, well, again, turned on its head. It's attributed to an internal source, basic fundamental of what? Heliocentrism, right? A material only worldview. Who gave us heliocentrism? Aristarchus of Samos, as the story goes. Well, the man didn't exist, but Aristarchus certainly exists. Yeah. So that connects a lot. And well, as I mentioned at the start, Einstein, a tranny married to his cousin, the butch man in drag, Elsa Einstein, featured now by Seth MacFarlane in the movie, which I just found out the other day, Million Ways to Die in the West. Seth MacFarlane playing the role of Elon Musk, famous for his Starlink, he's Starman, he's Tesla Roadstar. All stars referring to Aristarchus. So how does Einstein connect to the tree of life, Aristarchus? In every way, I should think, but just immediately by the word, one ST, right? One Einstein, one stone, one ST, one. So one ST, that's the basic message. Aristarchus, RIST, right? RCH, us. If you read it like that, it's just a direction we've been told to read and say what you see. RIST, RCH, us. When we look at words like church, CHURCH, or Christ, CHRIST. This association between the CH and the ST is, you can see anyway, or you can at least entertain the possibility, is being made. The connection is being made. The Church of Christ. So yeah, how does Einstein connect to Aristarchus? RIST, RCH, us. ST, one stone, one ST. What does the T mean? Well, again, in relation to the H, you bring the divided aspects together and raise the crossbar to get the T. So this is our orientation, TH, and that's why TH is the stone, the S stone, it's the philosopher's stone. When you get there, well, to think your way through materialism, you have to think your way away from heliocentrism given by Aristarchus and all of its subsequent entrapments, all the way up to what black hole theory, multi-universe. That's where it leads. The ultimate question at the beginning being, does Earth move? Well, no, it doesn't. But yes, it does, because you haven't defined Earth. You haven't said what Earth actually might be or is. If everything is part of the same thing, well, then Earth has to move. Earth has to move, and everything is part of the same thing. What's that same thing? Well, the tree of life is the best answer I can come up with. Is there something beyond life? Well, of course there is. Death. Death. D-A-T-H. And when you put a D-E before anything, like devolve, divide, that's a good one as well, divide. But yeah, death, D-E-A-T-H, right? Well, you just have the T-H at the end, and then you put the A. If you put an A before anything, it's a sort of an anti, it's opposing, opposite. So when we read it like that, what do you get? What do you end up with? The D cancels out with the A, right? And you end up with the TH. That's very good. we live forever, friends. Okay, we live forever. We just forgot. Think about how time is measured. How do we gauge time? How can I come to understand what you mean by saying we live forever? That's well, only in relation to how I gauge time. But when asked as an individual, generally, people come up lacking. What do you mean by time? I ask you, what is time? I give my best answer. Time relates to the passage of the sun. So unless we come to understand in our own thinking somewhat what the sun may be, then we can't understand what time is. So I can appreciate what it means, I think, well enough what it means to be outside of time because I have gauged time within these certain sort of, I guess, confines, mental confines that, well, I wasn't born with. I came to learn certain things along the pathway and sort of apply them in that thinking. You know what I mean? So time and space, yeah, interrelated, interconnected with the sun and what the sun actually is, which is the product of a broken, divided, shattered, destroyed system. Being outside of those confines, I can go there, but I can't go very far there because I can't imagine to any tangible degree. I think in the Gospel of Thomas, I think the more I think about it, Jesus is credited as putting it, the secret sayings of Jesus in clear terms. When asked what they would do without the leader, without the master, master am st r, master, right? Am st, and again mention man and amen. So it matters. Matters. Look at the M and the two arches. So this divided state. Dodo is everywhere, but Jesus' answer was, "Well, uh, do not tell lies, and do not do what you hate." I think that's good. That's a good summation. That's a good summation. Everything else is the potential to get you into trouble. But doing those, you can't be in trouble with yourself. The minute I open my mouth, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble with people. I am. And I'm the most harmless person you meet. There's trouble everywhere. Trouble. I might write a song. That's what I do now. If I well, if I was determined enough, but yeah, I just write down trouble and work on that song. I probably have it finished by the end of the hangout if I put my mind to it, but probably not. No, that's a bit. I need a bit more concentration than that. And let me just say about the court adjournment. Which wasn't even really because the charges weren't even discussed beforehand. It's so ridiculous, the whole thing. But I did say to the judge, I looked at her and I said, of course, I'll be taking this elsewhere. But I got the impression that they were delighted only to have it adjourned until May the 8th. It was the 8th of May, which is kind of funny as well. But I got the impression they were delighted. And even my own thinking tells me that something is imminent. And I'm honing in on April 1st now for many reasons. 3 days later, then we have April 4th, which is Easter Sunday. So, yeah, remember the story is written from the start, the story is written from the outset. So, now is prime time for it all to resolve. Has to be. No one has seen anything like this. No one ever. When you look for all the turmoil, there's no turmoil. I was the only fellow in the court that day. I was the biggest turmoil. And I kept a lot of them. I kept a lot of them fucking busy looking, find out who I was, which I wasn't hiding, but well, except for the reasons that I'd done nothing in the first place. But yeah, where is all the turmoil, the emergency situations around the earth, and well, it's fucking nothing happening. There's nothing happening. There's nowhere to go. There's nothing to do. Uh, yeah, a, a blatant, blaring, glaring contrast, right? Contradiction. But yeah, so that May 8th is well after April 1st, but I'm happy enough as well because when I was in court the last time, and also when there was a video conference on the court against my will, I said what I had to say. I spoke about flat Earth. I'm living on the flat and stationary surface. We're the highest authority on the land. Um, the legal name fraud is expose all contracts are null and void. And I asked her beforehand, are these on and for the official record? She said she was. I asked her, was she on her oath and could she prove jurisdiction over me, the living man? And see, they had no name. Had no name. Now how are they going to explain how they kept the man not only with no name, but they gave a false name to in a prison for a week? Who his only way a means of objecting was to not eat any of their food. And anyway, I'm vegetarian, and a lot of the food was all meat. I didn't say that to them because there's no point. Sorry, I'm on hunger strike now, but just let you know I'm vegetarian. So when you leave the food in, can you not have any meat? So I can't eat that. The absurdity of that, right? That would have been funny now, wouldn't it? That would have been funny now. And that would have been like something I would do because I did that before. And it was like, it was up in I did a few times, I'm guessing, but I remember doing it up in a restaurant or a fast food place in Donegal in northern North. Western Ireland, where I worked for a year in university, or just part of university, job work experience up in Letterkenny. But I went into a chip shop one night, and the girls were working away behind the counter, and one of them came over and was asked my order, and I said, I don't know, there was an elaborate sort of, can I get the, let me think, prawn cocktail and curry chip, please, without, yeah, there's something like that. It was something, but it was maybe a bit more elaborate. Can I get, oh yeah, can I get thinking, yeah, can I get the prawn cocktail and curry chip, please, to go, but yeah, without the prawn cocktail and, yeah, without the curry. So, it must have taken her about 20 seconds. So you want the bag of chips? I said, yeah, that'll do. Salt and vinegar, please. So that's like something I do in the prison, because it was on a hunger strike from the start, and I made it clear. And yeah, I did have a look at the food, and it's fucking decent enough. I'll tell you. You could get, it's not, you could get used to it if you're, you knew you had to be in there for, you could get used to it. From what I saw, I think you could smoke inside as well. None of them ever getting a cigarette. Even at one stage, they were trying to get the name out of me, and I was asking them, "Give that fuck's sake, any decent people out there throw a cigarette under the door?" And all the guards around as usual. What's your name? Come on, Willie. Come on, Willie. We know you, Willie. One guy was coming. I knew you down in Cork, didn't I? Down in Cork prison. I was never in prison in my life. And did you? And I thought, not that I was thought about it, I was going, yeah, I've been down in Cork, but it must be 20 years ago. And I'm talking about just time for a drive and walking around. But at one stage, there was another guy behind the rest of the wardens. And they were asking for the name as usual. And I said, lad, you know the story. You're not getting anything out of me, because you're kidnapping me, you're accomplices and all this sort of stuff. And there was a guy with a cigarette hanging from his mouth, as if I'd, fuck it, I came in, you can have it. I had to laugh at him. But it's all, and they were definite measures. Like, they were trying to measures to coax it out of you, to well, psychologically, what do you call it? Break you in that sense. Not break you. It's not that serious. Nothing fucking happened to let it all come about. Yeah. Oh, please. Yeah, so I had that feeling that they were anxious. No, they were definitely happy to reach out and just go, yeah, we'll adjourn that at this time. Because, well, first of all, they didn't know what the fuck to do with the thing. It's so strewn, and I've said this on record as well, if it's on record. Um, it's such a curious case. It's such an anomalous case here. But yeah, that's the first time I was hearing those charges, and after fucking up there then by, given justification for the primary charge, which was not giving the name and address, by saying it was a public order charge beforehand. So they can't do that. But yeah, what comes between now and then? I think maybe everything. I think they're preparing. Everyone's preparing behind the scenes. What do they know, though? I wonder. What do they know? That's why only the truth is good enough. All of these establishments have to go in their current form. They have to. There's no other possibility really. And um, yeah, how it will actually go down. That's anyone's guess. That's anyone's guess. I mentioned earlier on the Celtic Tiger here, the big boom before the big collapse in 2008. So if we have a reversal going on here, yeah, everything made to look as gloomy and desperate as possible in Corona times. But yeah, major light at the end of the tunnel. I say that's why all the countries are in cooperation. And who's the real power in play here? Maybe it's us at the end of the day. Who knows? Maybe it's just a big game we all, you know, because we have time in our hands. This is a big game we all devised. And God is each and every one of us. Who's to say? Who's to say? Scary prospects, scary thoughts themselves. But, well, there is a specificity to it. I would say that. Specificity, that's a good word. Because, the random nature of life, the universe, and everything is something that the intellect is foisted. Actually, it's foisted. We're sort of brought to a system where, what the greater number of facts you can regurgitate back, the greater the prowess you're looked upon with, or what the greater is a certain talent you have for doing a certain thing, the greater what exception you can attach to yourself. No, that's not how it works. I think the truth is known of our situation, and what applies to one applies to all of us. And well, the true nature of our potential, that's what's laying dormant. And I mentioned the Oxford AstraZeneca um, corona vaccine. Is it a truth serum? I said very possibly. The people who are first to queue up are the people who are most dreadful, I suppose. And they swallowed it all. So they were slowest to wake up. And getting this injection, then who knows? Are we in line for a DNA upgrade? How do you want to gauge that? Definitely, frequencies have increased. The changing of the ages here. How does it manifest in the individual? You have to answer for yourself. All these thoughts I'm thinking, my whole reality. What's the basis of it? And how would I know? How would I know if I was in an altered state? With every new piece of information, every new piece of truth, if you want to put it like that, in your own search, does that lead to a new altered state? And what is doing the altering? Does the altering happen from yeah from the outset purposefully for the ultimate purposes of well reordering? So being in one state, going to an exploded state, and then reorganizing, reamassing. I guess we'll find out. It has to be a purpose to everything. And once again, honestly and truly, like this new 423, how it can be so specific, even 423-year-old Earth. I can't pull that out of my ass. I can't do that. So yeah, it's by reading a story in primary aspect of that story is when the dodo bird was discovered after millions of years of happy isolation. So the dodo bird representing the changing face of the land, the tree stump if you want, and the divided state of us, male from female, south from south, down the spine in the spiraling fashion. Spiraling fashion. Let me try to get another sound in. So yeah, sorry about that. You see how I can very often not get back, and I'm going to go back to your comments now. I'll get probably tied in a bit more, but I have on the screen Aristarchus said the sun was at the center. Well, Aristarchus didn't say much at all, I should think. He didn't say anything at all. I mentioned Paul from Tarsus earlier on. Aristarchus, Anagram of Tarsus, and Sirach. Sirach is also another book in the Bible, which, funny enough, is narrated by someone you may have heard of, but not quite the same. Jesus. This Jesus lived thousands or hundreds of years before the other Jesus, and yeah, Aristarchus is an anagram of Christ's aura, Christ's golden sun, where it comes reunification with Jesus or with the tree of life in Revelation 21:22. Yeah, one of the most encoded words in the English language, Aristarchus is. It's all about context. Right, we sing a song, and then I have to give last song. But don't say goodbye. Treat you bad. I didn't know just what I had. Oh, but now don't make my brown eyes blue. Tell me secrets, tell me some lies. Give me no reasons, give me alibis. Tell me you love me, but don't let me cry. Say listen, but don't say goodbye. I didn't know just what I had. Okay, it's pretty late here. It's about 12:30. So sort of keeping that at manageable levels. That reminded me of the song that I was going to say. If I can't sing my Corona as a hoax song in public, I'm just singing the song, right? Um, and there's nothing overtly offensive at it. I'm not targeting any of the niggers. I mean, blacks around. That was a deliberate slip there. I would never slight anybody, but I'll use the word nigger if I want, because well, I hear it a lot. Well, I don't hear it a lot, but I hear it on the radio sometimes, and it's used freely. But of course, lots of words, and if you aim them at somebody, would be very hurtful indeed. But I was talking to a nigger. Sorry, I was talking to a black man the other day. That was another deliberate slip. William. So how you doing, William? Yeah, where did he say he's from actually? Africa. Some actually, he's Zimbabwe now. He's Zimbabwe, but a jovial type of guy, But he's living out just on the outskirts of Limerick in a refugee centre, which has been there for the last 15 years, as far as I know. I don't know anything about him too much, but I have met him a few times and had cordial chats, and yeah. Um, so yeah, I have gay friends. No, why didn't I get into the word nigger? Well, just another one of these contradictions as well. You can't do this, you can't do that, but yet it's freely heard, freely done in other places. It's like the restrictions here on essential travel only. That's what he tried to foist off in me at the original arrest. New powers under essential travel only. Well, son, this is my own city, and that's yours to know that. But I'd be well known as a busker around just to see more than to talk to somebody, But and they certainly know me from going up and down to the station, saying what I have to say. But yeah, these are all the things that they foist on you, and they don't understand their own restrictions themselves. So this leads to trouble, I should think, and well, maybe will lead to trouble. Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, if I can't sing that song, can I not sing this song? Then I was thinking, I know it's late now, but I'm just gonna. Somebody call 911. So actually, if I keep it down low like that, I'm get away with it. So it's anyway. If you haven't heard it, you recognize it, and if you have heard it, well, this is what I'm saying. Can I not sing this song then in public now? Because what? It's an expression of my true position on things. And I'm entitled to express that, right? Who do I look for Who do I look for entitlement to? So anyway, I won't be able to sing the song next. Somebody call 911. Somebody call 911. Somebody call 911. Somebody call. Stop. Got a feeling now deep in my basement. No, it's not as it should be. And I'm on my way. I needed no plans. No thermite for my memories. No matchbox sermon if your bombs blow me out my face. And I'm on my way. Thanks to some views from space. Step friends and who lets me down. It's not hard to see our conditioned audiences took the movie for reality. We are I see some things from space. Close to the speed of free fall. This association is running my backbone. To my own footprint, it's what I'm destined for. Next time, dear Judy, one day just let me hang on to my thoughts. I'm stuck on Judy. Got a feeling down deep in the basement of this life of Judy. I'm on my way. Needed no planes, no thermite for my memories, no matchbox, no nuclear bomb floating. I got it. I'm on my way. I see some things from space. Let's go again. Close to the speed of free fall. This association is running down my backbone. To melt into my own footprint, it's what I'm destined for. Next time, dear Judy, you just let me hang on to my thoughts. So, Judy, got a feeling down deep in my face, and all is not as it should be. I'm on my way. I needed no plans, no thermite for my memories, no matchbox, nuclear bomb blow. I'm on my way. I see some things from space. I'm on my way. I see some things from space. Somebody call. Somebody call 911. Couldn't get up that high. Good at 9. Somebody call 911. Somebody called it 911. If you haven't heard that song before, well, I won't be able to sing that publicly anymore. And that's pretty much telling you that 9/11 was a media hoax. What am I supposed to do? If I know that's the case, symbolic hoax, what am I supposed to do? You want to sing it, right? You want to sing it, you can take from it what you will. Most people wouldn't understand that, but well, the song is called Ode to the Twins, so as opposed to ODE, it's OWED to the Twins, the Twin Towers, and it's in brackets, it's, hang on, what is it? Oh yeah, no, sorry, the song is called Stuck on Judy Wood, and in brackets it's Ode to the Twins, so the Twins being OWED, the Twins and the Twin Towers, who were looking for an explanation, a reasonable expectation, to look for an explanation following your untimely and completely unexpected demise. So when I talk about to melt into my own footprint, it's what I'm destined for. That's from the point of view of the towers, right? You know, 1 minute I was there, and next minute I was in my own footprint. Yeah. So the chorus now you get the chorus a little bit better. I'm leaving at close to this. It's a flashback on the final moments. Oh, I'm leaving at close to the speed of free fall. This association is running down my backbone. So as we all saw the central spine, the central column just disintegrating. To melt into my own footprint, it's what I'm destined for. And here's the catch, right? But next time, dear Judy, won't they just let me hang on to my floors? Because we find out that, well, it's not that all of the intact buildings were disintegrated, and that Judy would, well, they were built without many of the floors. And at the time of demolition, um, you can be sure that there wasn't pretty much any floors at all in there, not to mind any, office furnitures and fixtures and fittings, etc. So yeah, somebody called it 9/11 or 11/9 over here. And did you know that 11/9 2020 was World Freedom Day? World Freedom Day. Isn't that something? That's just in around the time that I noticed the green hue to the sky for the first time. I'm not going to swear, but just say it is. It's in and around that time. And I made note of it at that time. It was also called Saint Benignus Day. So 9/11. Remember I mentioned 11 last time? Eve is within 11 as is within 7. Eve. E on both sides, right? E with the V, the center. So the V separating two E's. Now if you go the other direction, where you said EAE, does that mean anything to you? Or ETE? ETE? Mean anything to you? But yeah, I won't be able to sing that song. Did I ever sing that song publicly? I don't think I did. It's a very interesting song, very sort of encoded in a sense as well. I might change around a sentiment or two in it, but for the most part, that would be the core offering. When you get to a certain point in 9/11 research, right? Obviously, you have the mainstream story, and then you get the sort of Alex Jones level, Stephen Jones as well. That connection is made. J1S Jones, Davy Jones Locker, but then you get the more advanced levels, and at the very upper top levels, you have three options. Three, the magic number. Masonic 3 as well. 13, 1 and 3. So when you bring the 1 and 3 together, you get a B. So B for you, B for me. To be or not to be, that is the question. That's the question we're left with from the works of Shakespeare. I'm sticking by that. And I can also connect the two questions. So the other question is from the Bible. And I say both both the product of the same hand. It's the greater hand at play here. But the two questions that stand out, one is to be or not to be. That is the question. We're told that's the question. So to be or not to be. From the Bible, 666 or 616, you've got to figure out why it is the number of the beast. I say both are connected. If you bring a B and a reverse B together, what do you get? What jumps out at you immediately? Remember, trying to think as well, especially in two-dimensional terms, right? Um, when you get, save you the trouble. I'm just saving you the trouble, but there's three options at the end. That's why I went down to 13 there in B. And look at the B, capital B, in relation to the E, capital E. What's happening? What sort of transformation? To be or not to be? What sort of transformation is happening? What sort of reconnection is happening? Think of the word baby as well. Think of all the basic terms. What might it be saying? Um, the Y is the EE. So thy or thee. So the equivalence is sort of made. And we look at the word I as well, EYE. So we have the bringing together of the two disparate aspects to produce, well, directionality. And this is what the letters represent. This is what the numbers represent as well. Or I guess directionality or distinction. That's it. Distinction as it applies to our being. You're greater than the numbers. Apparently, we're much greater than the sparrows, so we're definitely greater than numbers. What do you reckon? I'm greater than the 0.2, 0.274. Or am I less than that, maybe? If I don't know that by now, who am I going to rely on to give me the right answer? The sage comes along and says, son, you're greater than it. Nice one. That's all I needed to know. I'm greater than 0.2. But then my next question would be, but what am I less than? I go back to the sage 20 years later and ask that question. What answer would he give now? What answer if I was a bluffing sage? What would I give to that? You're less than what you thought you were to begin with. No, I think you're less than what you thought you might not be to begin with. So 20 years later, he comes back and says, where's the ball fella gone? He fucked off to the Barbados. What all the money he made from you and your like over the years. No. That's funny. I don't know. I picked Barbados there. Never been. I climbed up a lamppost in Spain. I did a great. Geez, I did a great. When I think about it, it was fucking 20-meter lamppost up anyway. I made it all the way to the top grappling. So something about where the temperatures there. I couldn't handle the temperatures, but because it was on the coast, close enough to the coast as well. Yeah, it was more than manageable. But yeah, there's something more vibrant about the whole lifestyle and just the whole feel of it. I thought anyway. I probably do better in this more southern countries. Better anywhere. I don't know about that again. I don't know where I do well. Whatever well means. What does it mean to do well these days? That's a good question, isn't it? We gauge everything. Someone said it to me, Margaret said it to me today as well. It's like there's no distinction now between the man who has nothing on the street and the millionaire. How are you going to express yourself? You can't go anywhere, you can't really buy anything, or if you do, you're just buying it privately. How is there any distinction anymore? I say it's a great thing, right? That's a great thing. That's a great thing. All the pomp and circumstances surrounding the courts. You can be sure that none of those contributors in there are on anything less than, I don't know, 500 a day or something like that. Come on, the top people. And after they do their judging, in full knowledge, they have to be in full knowledge of the fraud now. The reason they probably can continue it on is because, well, it has to be coming to an end. It has to be. It has to be. You couldn't have power in any other way. I mean, one of the first things that I might do the next time is completely quash this out of hand the minute I enter that court, because I've already said it. So they know my view, and I can stand up and honor the Creator as a man of honor and say that this is what I know about the legal name fraud. On this basis, I can't recognize anything that's going on here because I'm just expressing the truth. If I was to continue, I would be operating within a lie, and that's what I sort of did say when I said about the beneficiary. If I am anything in relation to the legal name, it is the beneficiary of the trust and not the trustee. I did appoint the judge a trustee. Maybe the judge the last time was expecting me to continue along that path. But once again, I wanted to see what are the charges actually. Now that now that I'm here and I was there to honor the thing I signed under under duress, which honestly, look, there was 5 guys in hazmat suits around me and I was being judged over the I wasn't being judged at that time, but it was over the court system, and there was loads of people in the court as well. So their whole impression was just to give a fucking lunatic here. But it's okay, everything for a reason. But yeah, I mean, that's the backdrop. But I'm smoking a lot now. I'm not going to continue on for too much longer. I think we're done with songs for tonight. But yeah. It's all interesting. And who am I talking to at this stage? As I said, I did talk to a few people today, quite a few, just in passing, and I can talk. But I see there's such a, it's just, as I say, in passing, and there's nothing really to be gained by it. All I can do is just continue to be myself, and which is not, I'm not looking for any sort of feedback or any reaction in a sense, because it would only be on a very limited basis, and there's only so much you can sort of talk about in passing to somebody before it gets pretty deep. But oh, there's a wonderful, wonderful green hue to the sky again. Now you can't see it. It's like kind of a 1 o'clock here in Ireland and Limerick on the so-called west coast of Ireland, but you can't see it now. It's just a consistent aspect to it. Um, you can't see it during the day, but it's still there. There's a new type of energy in play, and once again, how it manifests primarily is through the rain. For me, the rain is imbued. Rain is. Don't get me started now again. I haven't even written any of these down. Let me try to think of a few new ones. And the rain is, and I just walked in it today, as I said to you. I put the cap over my guitar, and I was happy to do it. Didn't matter. A bit of a chill over me, but I'm grand. I'm grand. I thought I had corona. Mm. Yeah. So the song "Coming Up Like a Flower," Paul McCartney is. I don't even know how it goes. Coming, it says basic. Coming up like a flower. When you diet, when you go on a fast, right, your stomach clears. So all the passageways are clear. Nothing blocking them. So what does that ultimately lead to? I mean, what possibility does that lead to anyway? Yeah, coming up like a flower. So I think it's about, first of all, reorientating ourselves, understanding the division, understanding that the fallen tar, the vital fluids in the female pools in the breasts. That's why the breasts get bigger. And if males, it pools in the testicles. So ultimately, that connection is broken. So how do we reconnect? Well, we understand first of all that this is the nature of it, and that there'd be so many flower parts associated with male and female genitalia parts as well. Um, yeah, it's showing this interconnection. I mentioned earlier on about the earth and the heart, and which reflects which. Well, we are greater. We are greater. So all creation reflects us. How about that? Or we reflect all of creation. And that's the metaphor behind evolution as well. Everything in one thing. Do we stand out? We're told that we stand out amid the rest of creation. All we know now in terms of intelligent beings on our level are human. And I'm sure there's more to it, and I know there's more to it. But yeah, do we stand out? I say specifically we do. So what's our true nature? Only by losing it, I guess, can we appreciate what it is to find it again. So I'll be waffling on again. I'll leave the chord stuff behind there, but only to say I could speak so much more about it. And also, I'm just recollecting stuff, and just piecing it together. And it's not that it's not necessarily how it happened, but there spans of time between everything I mentioned, and there's many different emotions and feelings and gaps to be filled in the meantime. But yeah, the outcome, best outcome possible, really, because there's no pressure on anything now. So I'm still waiting to hear the charges, and I know whatever way they look, they're screwed. I don't know where I go with this. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I think lots of stuff is going to happen in the next while. I'll do what I do, and as I said, no intention to harm or hurt anybody. I brought my Gwendolyn today and 2 cans, and I did what I did. I say, be a brave couple, come near me. Honestly, again, just because I was doing anything wrong, and there's no law against what I'm doing, and I'm not under laws. We're the authoritarian, and the laws serve us. And what are you to do in the midst of a clear and obvious hoax? Well, you're to shout it from the rooftops. And that's what we're here to do as well. Ultimately, Corona is a good thing. Ultimately, Corona is a great thing, in spite of how it looks. Look at how dastardly the whole superstructure has been made to look. From the exposing of Bill Gates to I don't know, all the political scandals. It's been made too easy and too obvious. So I think the farce has been revealed, and now the UN comes into its own, united. Let me ask what you. And that's a good question as well. That's a good question. What is the unit? Where does it come from? The one, Neo is the one whose passport, funnily enough, expired on 9/11 2001, which is interesting. So when the legal name fraud started coming to the fore, I'm guessing, and all this different information came our way then. So, the, I mentioned about the court being a ship on the land, right? It's sort of an invader, pirate. So, yeah, what is our status? And the one thing I did say to the judge last time, I said, of course, next time I'll be establishing my standing from the outset. Mightn't have said from the outset, but I said that deliberately. Um, but I just wanted to see what way the ship lay in the meantime, because everything was so confusing. And yeah, this is what flat Earth is ultimately about: the man on the land, and the distinction in between the invading seas. This is what Earth realm is originally. It's the confines within, withholding everything without, which is the saline waters. There was waters always there, right, from the beginning, right? So God or the Creator created a space within the waters. So this is what everything Earth entails, even in its broken form. Right. So yeah, that's realizing where we are, or realizing our true place. Yeah. If we're king of the castle intact, are we still king of the castle that's in pieces? It's always possible to rebuild, right? Maybe rebuild stronger. Maybe this is what this is all about. We are broken, we become broken, but only with the ultimate, you know, well, storyboard in place from the outset. So happy ending. What do you reckon? So sorry for not going through the comments, but I'm definitely interested. Definitely interested. The moon is an internal satellite, just like the planets, random. Then the next planet joins the whirlpool. Okay, well, you think it's a solid body. I think that's your mistake to begin with. Um, the realm, you have to come away from that because it's not a solid body. It's a reflection. There's no other. If you accept waters beyond, but what is separating Earth from waters beyond, right? You're going to say solid barrier of some sort. You're going to say it's invisible. Even if it's invisible, it's still watery. So it's a mirror-like surface now. So what becomes pertinent is, well, what are the skylights? If they're satellites, if you're thinking in terms of solid bodies, that's what the mainstream tells us, right? But if we're dealing with a mirror sky, and if we're also dealing with a singular source to all skylights would appear to move in unison, on a daily, nightly basis. But then an earthbound source would lead us to reflection possibilities, and the moon is exactly that. It's a reflection, and more specifically, it's a kaleidoscopic reflection. All those craters are the same crater sun, all of them, and go ultimately reverse back to three in one, which is Aristarchus, Herodotus, and Greater Prince. But ultimately, everything comes from the father, and that the father is Aristarchus. So that's another pathway you might want to investigate further as a possibility. You can prove that to yourself. Prove that to yourself. Take two of the craters that look the same, especially those black holes, those black, what do you call it? No, what do you call them? Black seas. They're sort of enclosures, and like you have a smaller dot on the moon. I'm not going to bring it now, but you have up here down at 90 degrees a larger dot, which looks pretty similar, and it also looks like it's on the other side of the sphere. So you maybe have to take perspective into consideration. And then you have a huge dot this side, and okay, there's maybe a possible equation between the two. Now figure the equation between the three and more, because you're just looking at the same thing from a different perspective. And I've often described it before. I know I'm going back then, but I've often described it like a bicycle wheel. You have the component parts, you have the hub, the spokes, you have the tire, you have the tube, the rim, etc. Now, when we look at crater Herodotus in relation to crater Aristarchus, what you're pretty much Aristarchus the whole wheel. You're looking at, let's say, Herodotus would be the tire, the outer tire, and the tube itself. That's it. That's what you're pretty much looking at. The rest is missing. So it's this sort of partial reflections and just illusions. Ultimately, what you have to, you have to investigate the possibility or entertain the possibility to begin with, and then take it further. And that's going back years from where I'm at. Ultimately, yeah, the thing at the center producing all the skylights isn't doing the moving. Giant whirlpool at the center, and Aristarchus at its core emanates from there. And as it moves up and down, spring and fall, this is the annual movement, up and down. As it moves up, though, the sun moves outwards, so it gets colder. And that's because the reflection is becoming closer to the barrier, and it's just displaying outwards. As it moves down, the sun moves inwards. And this is for the northern, as we call it, northern hemisphere. The hemisphere, if we look at our brain hemisphere, right, this is the left hemisphere, right hemisphere. You say the brain surface is pretty much flat, right? So, yeah, this is the sense they mean the hemispheres as it applies to the sky. So the contour of the barrier we're under, low at the north, highest at the equatorial areas and the center, in and around the center, and then low and at the southern peripheries, like a squash bubble. It's along an oval track. So all skylights emanating from an earthbound source, which we have the circular motion as well, and then the in and out motion. And in a big way, this represents pi, spiraling pi in motion. But in a bigger way, then it represents the the creator, doesn't it? It's like the immaterial expressing into the material. And I guess these are things we have to sort of wrap our brains around ourselves. No one else. I can't hope to express what I'm talking about ultimately there, but except to say that this translates into physicality. And everything revolves around Polaris. So Polaris is the thing that's doing the moving. Everything else is a reflection of Polaris. But Polaris is doing the moving because Aristarchus itself is doing the moving. Circular basis once per day, up and down once a year, and in and out, I think once a month. Lunar phases. And ultimately, I've talked about the sun moving in a sine wave as it expresses it along the barrier. While at the peak, then we get no moon, no reflection, because just the angle is prohibited. And as it moves along, down along the sine wave, towards its intersection point with the axis, but then down to its trough, we get the full moon, and then back up, we get the two half moons, and they decline crescent, back to normal. So, yeah, that's the general idea. But yeah, the moon is certainly a reflection of solidity, a reflection of solidity. But what does that mean even? What does solidity mean? When you're invoking, a greater power in play within this, what are you going to call it? It has to be a wondrous adventure, doesn't it? But in the mind, at least, anyway. But yeah, that's going way back. So sorry about that. I haven't been answering the comments, but you know how it goes. So Simon, yeah, you've been listening there, bud. If you have been, so that's the story basically. That's the story basically, and it's a big clusterfuck in a sense. So where I go with that, well, I've 8 weeks to decide, but as I say as well, I'm thinking they're only delighted to put it off for 8 weeks because maybe there's something in between then and now that's going to happen. It transforms everything. But you should have seen the maybe you want to go into Limerick Courthouse, just type it in. I'm not going to bring it up here now because I was there, but bring it in, and it's a new establishment and it's magnificent in a way. It's you wouldn't think it from the when you enter the front door, but it goes way back and it's massive, tall. Loads of wasted space. There could have been loads of fucking room filled there to put away lots of crime or victimless criminals. Um, but yeah, again, I say, I wonder, is it in preparation? It's a fanfare for things to come. And in a new world, in a utopia, in a sense, would there be any need for courts? Maybe I don't know. Maybe the process that the real villains of this world. Maybe that's what all the theatre's about, and all of the suspicion that actors are playing the role of many of the major characters. That behind the scenes, all of the real villains have been rounded up, and the theatre's playing out, only waiting to be revealed as well. Curtain falls. That's how I see it. So Mark Cohen. What's that like? What, write that down. What's the translation in Irish? Mark Cohen. Mark Cohen. Yeah. What does that translate to in English? Mark Cohen. Or Herty or something, is that? Then yeah, I'm not sure why. I think you said it. So forgive me, Simon. I think you said it the last time as well. Uh, Spanish is a Spanish origin, but there's definitely Irish there somewhere. Rider, okay, Rider. Ghost Rider in the sky. So yeah, Simon, yeah, outside of following their instructions, please step up towards this box here. I sort of said I'd do that because I wasn't wearing a mask, so it was sort of half enclosed, but I stood half out of it. So, and I did say I'm not compromising because I wasn't compromising anything. Everything I've said is on record anyway. But I just got to sort of establish my position, and in a sense, maybe it'd be a great opportunity to fight this within from the inside because they're tangled up in fucking knots and every hand's turned, and they all know it as well that I've done nothing. But the only thing that they can say is it's my position on Corona. That's all they can say. That's all they can say. So if they drop charges, anyway they proceed here, they're sort of fucked. But I'm not looking for anything really. I want to see how all of this rolls out. I want to see how it all, and when I'm saying all, I'm talking about on the world stage here. I'm talking about on the world stage, and when I'm talking about April 1st as well. Hmm, there's been so many dates, and you know, but yeah, when 100 days from, so IO 100 is 10 times 10, or IO and IO, and your counterpart is IO as well. So it's about us reuniting, right? Self from self, and then male from female, or at least understanding that divide and that reunification principle. that, um, yeah, we get the 100. And yeah, 100 days from Christmas, which is the birth of the divided Son of Man, to yeah, April 4th, which is death and resurrection, second coming, if you want, of the Son of Man. That's 100 days. And 3 days before that is April 1st, which is Fool's Day. Dodo representing, well, it exemplifies the divided. That's exactly the symbol that it represents the divided state of earth and of heart, of man, and of, well, man's dominion, man's earth. So as it ends, so begins. And look, April 1st is said to be the first day the world was created on April 1st. Um, 19 days later, that wasn't it Hitler's birthday? Is 20 April 20th or April 21st? Because when you get to conspiracy world, you soon you soon jump in the camp that Hitler was not as portrayed and perhaps the most wronged man in history. You know, you have both sides of the story, and then you get to Hitler's exploding pants and realize he's just another actor on the stage. But yeah, his date specifically Adolf Hitler, AH as well. Um, when I think his birthday was, is it the 21st or the 20th or the 19th? It's one or the other anyway. That's coming to 420. 19 days after the first is 420, and 19 is the eighth prime number. And well, here we are in the midst of COVID 19. 9/11 was about two becoming one again. So 9/11 or 11/9 goes to 1/9, right, which is 19, which is the eighth prime number, which is S and S, or 3 and 3 as well. Right? Just depends on how you combine them. So if we understand that intimate connection between our story and Earth's story, uh, it's this spiraling entanglement, disentanglement that's at the root of all of her woes. So yeah, in terms of those dates, that's it then. That's it. Where the fuck do you go from there? Well, where do I go from there? Mauritius. That's where I go. Mauritius has to be. It's picked as the home of the dodo for a reason. And what I'm thinking is do lots of thinking and piece together the clues with what information that I have, and I'm sure they will unravel. But what I'm thinking is you find a gateway down underneath into the tree, and then you make your way up to the north underneath the barrier. That's I think the escape route. So I think like Acadia or Shangri La or different places throughout the earth have access to. That's what I think. Because like otherwise, then there's just the illusion the matrix is just going to continue on, right? So it's not. You weren't meant to. You weren't meant to be forced to live a lie. That's what I think. So knowing that's what I'm saying, that all the truth has to come out, because even if a small bit doesn't come out, it has to come out. It will come out because the rest of the truth has to come out. You know what I mean? It would be so hard to conceal anything. We'd all be looking for absolute clarification that anything that's coming from any so-called representatives of us, because we'll find out where the truest hides power. Well, there's to be dire consequences if you betray the people this time, because we've seen what happened the last time and where we ended up. You know what I mean? So if it's just a next more advanced stage, and it's very possible it is, we probably couldn't handle the whole truth of our power or existence. Probably couldn't handle it. So it's just a series of making your way through the different mental layers. But if that is the case, well, that's where I'll be heading. Definitely, maybe one goal in my life then. And Steve, come with me, my son, because well, you can't live a lie, can you? No matter what you strive for, then it's always sort of within a greater knowing that well, it's a purpose. Well, not unless that's what I'm saying. It's purposeless to live. That's even more cruel. Life is to live a lie within a lie. Anytime you opened your mouth, then you were quashed. So you had to navigate and negotiate a way around that. That's a hopeless existence, I should think. And at least what I said there, getting to Mauritius, I'm sure Mauritius is very central. And well, once again, I'll say Mauritius Aristarchus is fantastic. Starchus. Aristarchus is anagram of Maris. Sorry, M-A-U-R. Let me just spell that. Maristarchus. So the CHUS at the end, you move to the beginning, which is Maricus or Mauritius, right? And star, Mauritius star, which is the home of the dodo. The dodo came into being because Aristarchus was felled, the divided tree of life. So yeah, it was picked specifically, and who knows where you go? You might go end up going south. What lies beyond that way, or you might, who knows? But I'm certain there has to be an escape route in Mauritius. So if you want to keep in touch, who knows? Who knows how all this is going to pan out? But as I say, there are tangible evidences here that there's something on a monumental level happening, and I can only see good when I look at the sky now. That's going to be the end of tonight. When I look at the sky here, when I feel the rain. So on that note, on that note, that's it. So nothing really. Well, not nothing. Not nothing. I stood firm. The only man in that court not wearing a mask, and I wasn't going to wear a mask, and I don't think they would have expected it of me. And I said what I had to say, and I honoured what I had to honour. Even though it was under duress, I signed. I still used the name Peter Shane, and so I honoured what I had to honour, and I got clarity. So now they're preparing full disclosure. So I'm just waiting to hear, and I'll see how I'll take it from there. Of course, I could send it all back and claim no attachment whatsoever, and go along that different pathway, Simon. But we'll see how it goes, and yeah, yeah. A lot of things talked about really tonight, but nothing too much expanded upon. The Waters Beyond video was very interesting. We'll take another look and look for where that footage is from and who's giving that offering. It's not the sort of stuff we see from SpaceX or NASA on any occasion. So if that was an amateur rocket, I'd be, what do you call it, really impressed. But yeah, it leaves us with the questions. Well, it's actually going on up above, and yeah, in a way, I can see in theory anyway that once you get beyond a certain point, there's no resistance because there is this pushing force from above. So there's no air resistance there, and no matter how much if you found an internal way to combust, no matter how much you increase the accelerated, there would be no resistance, so you would ever increase within certain confines. And I can easily see that happening. What is the true nature and the true levels of technology in play? Yeah. We do see it in terms of this pushing force from above, and it's almost like a vacuumous area created in terms of like a plunger type effect. Remember, I said Aristarchus is moving up and down, but the system is broken. It's like a broken piston, right? It's moving up and down, but and the Earth is breathing, but yeah, this vacuumous area is maintained up above, and what are real conditions like? I don't know. But the one thing I can be certain of, well, not even absolutely certain of, but in terms of any circumnavigation, it's not this way. It's this way. If they got up there and they can go at super speeds, then it's around this way. That's at the core of my thinking, and in relation to where we are in relation to this broken Earth. So you can tell me where you think you are in relation to this broken or intact Earth or not. Generally, I don't get too many responses, and generally, after a while, it's because I don't go into chat so often. So apologies for that. But if I do that, then I end up waffling for twice as long, and that would be twice as painful. Smurfer girl, hang on. Are you saying that to me, Smurfer girl? I bet you feel sorry for yourself quite a bit, though. Do I come across? Am I expressing sorrow or pity for myself, or maybe you're talking to someone else? Oh, hang on. Hickory Nick, sorry, Smurfer girl. Hickory Nick says, "You always why would you Almost feel sorry for this guy. Well, don't worry about that, Nick. Why would you do that? Would you not feel anything else? Do you feel attracted to me in any way? Would you like to rub my bald head? But why would you feel sorry? Because what? Maybe you don't understand what I'm talking about. Probably, I'm guessing you're probably a spinning ball earther, Nick, and all flat earthers are dumbasses. So that'd be fair enough. If you felt sorry for me, um, well, what am I supposed to do? I mean, send it to me. Send it to me the way it's tangible. You know what I mean? It will impact me. I mean, I might forget about this conversation right now, but if I got a package through the post during the week, you can use my legal name. Every other fucker's using it. But yeah, and it was from you, Hickory Nick, and there was just like a bundle of sorrow, or not sorrow, just sympathy within there, and I felt, oh, nice one, Nick. I appreciate that. It's fine if someone is going through difficult times, no matter what the reason. Sure, sure, a little bit of sympathy, a little bit of empathy always helps. But I won't come out of those difficult times by you telling me what's what. I have to figure what's what. And you won't be there to help me figure what's what. So you're on your own in this one, kid. But as long as you're so sort of happy and self assured that you know what's what, then I won't need to send any of my sorrow or sympathy or empathy your way. So, Smurfer girl, sorry about that. If that wasn't your intent, I thought you're probably sticking up for me there, which is cool. But I attributed the initial comment to you, so sorry about that. But you might have been sticking up for me, and you might have been agreeing with him as well. But that's okay. Right. Otherwise, finish up. It's a relatively peaceful state of affairs, and um, okay. Sorry about that, Smurfer girl. Okay, I was thinking that. So that's fair enough. I mean, then anyone think, well, who's doing what at this moment in time? What's worthwhile doing? Anything, Smurfer girl? What's worthwhile doing at this late stage in the game? And I wonder that more and more. especially when I see other people in action as well. I'm really isolated from lots of people. But these days, no one has anything to do. If you get out of the house, it's to go in. The shop that's open in town is Starbucks. Right across the way, would you believe? Starbucks. What's a buck? A buck is a deer, right? Male deer. What's a female deer called? Starbucks, right? Starbucks, Star Dodo. And there we have Oxford. It's fucking unbelievable. Is it just me? It has to be just me. Because no one else is talking about this. But there we have Oxford, this AstraZeneca vaccine. Oxford associated with the dodos, the home of the dodo bird, and Natural History Museum, and Astra Aristarchus. Dodo and Aristarchus intimately connected. When the tree was cut, a new face presented itself as it jutted above the invading waters. That's the dodo. So the divided state of Earth and the divided state of us then. Undivided gave the sun, G-O-D-O-D. And, well, someone actually said there was another 42 there. I was in cell D2, which is 42. I said the answer to like the universe and everything, but I would say the answer is 42. But the answer given is 42. I said the question is, what do you get when you divide 0 by 1? Or 1, whatever way you want to put it. 0 by 1. Well, this is pi. This is the relationship between the circumference and the diameter, which the three significant figures is 3.14 to 1. 3.14 is a mathematical instruction, which gives 42. When you divide the circle and the diameter, when you turn it this way, you have a D and a reverse D, right? That's why D is the divided state. The do. The O is divided in 2. Do. As you are, my friend. You don't think you're divided in 2? Shoulders are a good clue for us. Put your thumb up under, as far up under the opposite, or the same shoulder as you can, or the opposite sometimes, whatever. But you know the way it sticks right out like a fucking chicken. Sticks right out like a chicken. And yeah, we got wings. We got wings. So yeah, it's understanding this divided nature. But nothing is ever in 2 dimensions, right? This is why the yin and the yang is the dodo in the sense. But we're looking into it. YouTube, we're looking into it. So we are a 3-dimensional expression, living the 3-dimensional world. But at the core, at the heart, is the 0 point. That core. What did the Dasham? I think Isis described it as the Dasham. I didn't look into it further now, but I should do, because I can sort of get where it was. And as I mentioned earlier on as well, what is the distinction between the soul and the spirit, and where do these aspects reside? What has the dominance here? And I think in the Secret Book of James, we're listening to it again. I might play it. I might play it actually leaving. Well, that's what I'll do. I'm parting, so I might play it. Oh, it's okay, Pete. Nah, no, I don't agree with him. He's the one. Okay, okay. Well, yeah, what's worthwhile is the question I asked. Well, you say realizing you really don't know what someone is going through and not having a quick time. Well, I guess. In these times, it was sort of more isolated than ever. And in a sense, when I go out busking, I'm back busking today, I probably talk to more people, definitely sing to more people than anyone around. So, but I'm well used to being on my own. Excuse my neck. I'm well used to sort of being on my own, and yeah, of course, from on this in this artificial environment, all we're ever faced with is antagonists, if not obviously on the other side, from your own side as well. I realize that it's a different game in play, but worthwhile in terms of an endeavor. Of course, personal relations are always worthwhile working on. You, it doesn't cost you anything to be decent to somebody at all. And I guess that's what you have to sort of gauge, depending on how deeply if you think about things. Not I don't mean deeply in that sense, just how much you're into thinking along certain lines. you'll soon find out the limitations of possible interactions with other people, and you just have to learn, I guess, via the school of hard knocks, where you can go and where you can't go. Ultimately, if you want to retain your core truth, your core being, you probably have to lose everybody. You probably do, and especially in these times as well, where they're so dichotomous. Your corona is a hoax, or corona is real. And I have a brilliant question. You should ask this yourself. And I said this the last time. I asked it again. And everyone has to answer the same way. My mother answers a different way because she knows that if you just answered honestly, she's fucked. But the question again is, ask anybody. Give me your answer. Imagine you're in a quiz and your top prize is what are you calling? Is calling. Who has a weaker immune system in general, children or adults? You have to say children. Right? You have to say children. Well, the next question you ask about who are the ones that are going around maskless? Children. Yeah. Simple questions, right? Bring people to think. Animals as well. Think about the bat. Remember I was talking about the flower coming up and how we're uprooted, and a bat, corona is attached to a bat. Well, how does a bat sleep upside down? Imagine you were to sleep upside down. Everything that's draining downwards would, you know, go its more natural path anyway, or be retained where it should be, right in the heart of the brain, um, right in the very center, I guess, as it opened out. But well, I tell you, Smurfer girl, I'm not sure. Are you? I'm not sure. I think, yeah, it's been a while, I think, but I'm pretty sure you're a flat earther. But I mean, you must have learned by now that you can count the flat earthers you can trust on a finger, on one finger. You could do it. You can count them on one finger, and you still have fingers left over. So you have to realize that the whole arena is set up as well. And where does that leave the individual? What endeavor is what I meant. Well, where do you apply your? I'm not talking about, yeah. I'm talking about your thinking. Where do you? What's a worthwhile, you know, path to take, with all of this information that I have in the world? And yeah, that is a question. That's a question. I could write about 5 books and all of this. I really could. And maybe I will someday, but not even overly keen on it. I think once we come to know, we won't need any of the artifice. So even though it would be hurtful to leave all of the information I've gathered, all the songs I've sort of, just recorded myself working on, or etc., it would be difficult to let it go. But I've sort of learned, okay, at the end of the day, everything is in here anyway, and everything is accessible, but with a greater, in a greater state, I guess, a more homely state, more natural state. Yeah, we sort of know everything already, I think. So it doesn't really matter. And all this artifice can go. And even when I think about the great artists, there we have art again, artists and Aristarchus, but yeah, Da Vinci, I'm happy enough to think he didn't exist. I'm happy enough to think it's just the production crew. It's the production crew. It's Slarty Bardfast and his production crew. That's a reference to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and the Planet Maker. Um, but yeah, I'm happy enough to think that it's all part of the greater construct. Um, Anything one man is capable of, every man is capable of. Man being male and female. Simple fact. And when I was looking, I was even saying this about thinking about surgeons. No matter what, no matter how highly skilled you are, they're alleviated at the certain positions, like the judges as well, who you have to be of a certain degree of intellect or achievement to, well, do these things and do these things well. It's impossible otherwise. Well, no. Any time you'd be a brain surgeon yourself if you spend all the time. You could be a better one than most of them. You know what I mean? But that's all it is. And sort of these divides as well, they're all part of the greater construct. And these people have to be, I'm talking more specifically the top judges or the top sort of politicians, they have to be in on the know as to what's going on. for the most part, every leader is sort of born for the role and, you know, crafted into that role because it's all part of a greater script. But to entertain that possibility, who are you talking to? You know, who are you talking to? So once again, let me put up the Smurfers girl because you went to trouble of commenting. Let me put it up, Smurfer girl. Okay. What would be rather worthwhile to me would be to be left alone by the agendas of the tyrannical world controllers. I can only separate myself so far, but I'm never unreachable. Well, hang tough, hang in there, hang in there. All has been leading to something, and um, I guess we have time to get the inside straight. And I think what will be reflected then externally. That's the only way I can see it. That's the only way I can see it. And as I said, if it's not happening that way, if it's not going down, you're welcome to come along with me to Mauritius. I guess I'd say that. Uh, if it doesn't pan out this time, that would be my destination, and that's a conduit to where you can leave and we can exit stage left. And well, I say go to the other side where things are a whole lot rosier. So on that note, thanks for commenting and thanks for tuning in. Until the next time, love to all and I love you, my Steve.